You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you that all of this began in a garage that smelled faintly of cinnamon and engine oil. But that's the truth, or at least the truth as I remember it. And before we go any further, I just want you to know we truly love you. Not in some throwaway background way, but in that strange, persistent way you can't explain. The way a memory of someone's voice stays with you long after they're gone. You matter here. You belong here. Before we begin the story, tell us, where in the world are you watching from and what time is it there? Now grab your coffee and let's get started. It was late afternoon, in the kind of day that never really decides if it's summer or autumn. The air was warm but carried a slight shiver. A much younger Rick sat cross-legged on the floor, his back against a crooked workbench. The sunlight came through dusty glass panes, catching on motes that hung in the air like slow-moving stars. He was not yet the Rick everyone thinks they know, not the madman genius, not the troublemaker who slips through universes like pages in a book. He was quiet back then, not shy exactly, just aware of the way time folded over itself, in the spaces between seconds. Aware of how, if you sat still enough, the world would lean closer and whisper things to you. In front of him lay a dismantled toaster. The chrome pieces caught the light like tiny mirrors, each one holding a warped, funhouse version of his face. He was trying to rebuild it, but not into a toaster. Rick had no interest in toasting bread. He wanted it to hum softly to itself and tell him stories when he was alone. The garage was his whole universe back then. Shelves sagged with coffee cans full of screws, bolts, and odd bits of metal that seemed too small to matter to anyone else. In the far corner sat a battered red radio that didn't work unless you tilted your head and stood on one foot. He never fixed it on purpose. Some things, he believed, were supposed to be difficult. Outside you could hear the faint hiss of sprinklers and the sound of some neighborhood kid's laughter fading into the distance. Inside, the world was slower, softer, the kind of slow that makes you notice the curve of a shadow on the wall or the way oil stains spread on concrete like old maps. That's when it happened. He didn't see a door open. There was no dramatic portal, no swirl of colors. It was just a figure, standing in the dimmest corner of the garage, half hidden by the leaning ladder. The shape of a man, but not quite. The air around him seemed heavier, like heat shimmering on asphalt. His outline was unstable, a thin ripple every time you tried to look too closely. Rick didn't flinch. That's the thing about him. Even as a kid, nothing startled him for long. He just tilted his head, one hand still resting on a toaster coil. "You're not supposed to be here," he said, though he wasn't sure why he felt that was true. The figure didn't step forward, didn't speak in any language Rick knew. But a thought pressed against his mind, gentle but undeniable. "One day you'll owe me something." Rick wanted to ask 100 questions. About what, about when, about who this man was. But the moment he leaned forward, the shadow collapsed in on itself like smoke pulled down a drain. The space where it had stood was just a corner again, filled with nothing but the smell of oil and dust. It would have been easy to write it off as imagination. He could have blamed it on the heat, or the way the light in the garage sometimes bent when the windows got dirty. But deep down, Rick knew better. This wasn't just a stray thought. It was the kind of moment that hooks into your life and waits. He picked up the toaster parts again, but his hands moved slower now. Every so often he'd glance at the corner as if the figure might return. it didn't. Not for a long time. That night, lying in bed, Rick listened to the quiet groan of the house settling. Somewhere in the walls, old pipes clicked and cooled. He thought about that ripple in the air, about the weight of those unspoken words. One day, you'll owe me something. It didn't sound like a threat. It sounded like a promise, the kind you don't get to refuse. In the years ahead, Rick would see stranger things. Whole cities that breathed, oceans made of glass, worlds where the sky fell in slow, silver sheets. But that first moment in the garage would never leave him. It was the seed, small and unremarkable, that would one day grow into something vast, enough to touch every corner of his life. And if you could see him now, older and far more complicated, you might notice that same watchfulness in his eyes, the same patience, the same quiet understanding that somewhere someone was still keeping track. For now, though, he was still just a boy in a cluttered garage, humming to himself while he built a toaster that would never toast a single slice of bread. Out beyond the window, the sun began to set, a slow amber slide across the horizon. The neighborhood lights came on one by one, as if the world itself was blinking into a gentler kind of awareness. And Rick, in the half-light, bent closer to his work, soldering tiny connections that looked like nothing to anyone else but felt to him like the beginning of something that could last forever. If you listened closely that evening, past the hum of street lamps and the low chirp of crickets, you might have heard a softer sound. Not the crackle of solder, not the shuffle of tools. Something else. Something like the faintest murmur of another voice, a voice that wasn't entirely here, but wasn't entirely gone. It might have been the shadow, watching from somewhere just beyond the edges of the world. Or maybe it was only the toaster, already learning how to tell its first story. Rick didn't talk much in those days. Not because he didn't have anything to say, but because most of the things he wanted to say didn't have words yet. It was early morning, the kind of pale, quiet dawn where the air feels just slightly heavier than usual, as if it's carrying something delicate. The garage was colder at that hour. The sunlight hadn't yet warmed the oil stains on the floor, and the air smelled faintly of metal filings and yesterday's rain. Rick sat at the workbench, his legs folded under the stool, a magnifying lens swinging in front of one eye. Before him was a machine he'd built from discarded parts, the shell of an old typewriter, wires from a broken radio, the soft inner wheels of a tape recorder. It didn't have a name. He didn't think in terms of names back then. What it did was simple, or at least it seemed simple. When you pressed the small brass button on the side, the machine recorded whatever sound was happening in the room, but when it played it back, it never sounded quite the same. The voices were slower, stretched, as though they'd taken a long walk before returning. Sometimes there were faint harmonies under them, ghostly, like other versions of the sound, existing in different rooms, different days. Rick called these echoes. He didn't mean the normal kind. These echoes were memories, maybe? Fragments of moments that didn't belong to the present at all. One morning, he pressed the button while the coffee maker in the kitchen was dripping. When he played it back, the coffee was still dripping, but there was also the faint sound of someone laughing, not loud, not forced, just laughing, softly, like they were sitting in the sun. Rick didn't recognize it. He pressed the button again. Another sound, footsteps on a surface he didn't have in his house. They were slow, deliberate. A pause, then, barely above a whisper, "You're learning!" Rick froze. His eyes darted to the corner of the garage where the figure had once stood. empty. Just a ladder and a stack of dusty boxes. He replayed it. The words were still there. The voice was neither warm nor cold, just certain, as though it had been waiting for him to hear. It wasn't fear that kept Rick still. It was curiosity. The kind that feels like someone tugging lightly on your sleeve. The kind you can't ignore. He adjusted the machine, added a small crystal lens he'd found in the attic. From then on, he recorded everything. The scrape of his chair, the wind outside, the soft rattle of a passing car, the echoes never repeated. They were always something new, something just out of place enough to feel important. Sometimes it was music, faint and unfinished. Sometimes a voice he thought might be his own, older, speaking words he didn't understand. And once, just once, the sound of his name spoken in a tone that felt like it came from far above him, as if the sky itself had leaned down. His mother didn't ask questions. She was used to the strange noises from the garrow. His friends, the few he had, didn't come around much anymore. Not because they didn't like him, but because they felt they couldn't keep up with the way he moved through ideas. Rick didn't mind. Loneliness was just another room to work in. Still, the echo stayed with him. He began to notice patterns. Some of the voices used the same words, small, ordinary ones like wait or here. But they always came with a weight behind them, like stones dropped into a still pond. One night, unable to sleep, Rick sat by the machine in the dark, the only light a thin silver spill from the moon through the high window. He pressed the button and waited. The room was quiet except for the faint ticking of a clock somewhere in the house. When he played it back, the ticking was there. But so was something else, a low hum, not mechanical, not human, like the sound the world might make if you could hear it breathing. He leaned closer, listening as it grew louder, and underneath it came a voice, softer than the hum, but clearer in meaning. One day, we'll speak again. Rick's hand stayed on the machine for a long time, not moving, not rewinding. He didn't need to. The words were already in him now, etched somewhere deeper than memory. After that, he began leaving the recorder on when he wasn't there. Sometimes, when he returned, it would be full of strange quiet. Not silence exactly, but a sense that the room had been holding its breath. Other times, there would be faint conversations, too low to understand, like voices in another apartment. Through thin walls, he never told anyone about it. Not yet. Some things he knew had to stay unspoken until they were ready. The figure in the corner didn't return. Or maybe it did, and Rick just wasn't looking the right way to see it. But the echoes, they kept coming, and somewhere in the slow, mechanical heart of the machine, the first threads of a much larger story were quietly winding together. Threads that would one day lead him to the council, to the last survivor, and to the kind of promise you can't step away from. For now, though, Rick just sat in the dim light, head bent over his creation, listening to a world most people never hear. Outside, dawn was beginning again, washing the street in pale gold. Inside, the echoes went on, stretching time like a soft, endless ribbon. And if you could have seen him in that moment, young, unhurried, already carrying the weight of something he didn't yet understand, you might have realized that the story wasn't really beginning here at all. It had begun the moment that Shadow spoke in the garage. Everything since had just been an echo. By the time Rick was old enough to grow tired of the same streets, the same houses, the same polite hellos from neighbors who never really saw him, he had already found a way out. Not through running away, but by building somewhere else to be. The first one was small, too small, really. It fit in the palm of his hand, resting in a rounded glass sphere the size of an orange. From the outside, it looked like a marble with cloudy swirls and faint flecks of light. But when you tilted it just so, you could see shapes moving in there. Not clearly, more like silhouettes in fog. He kept it on the shelf above his workbench, next to a half-broken clock and a jar of screws that didn't match. Whenever the world felt too loud or too empty, he'd take it down, roll it gently in his hands, and watch the tiny movements inside. Rick didn't think of these as experiments. They were more like companions, a place to visit without being missed. In time, one glass sphere became 2, then 3, then a small cluster lined along the workbench. Each one was different. One was all desert, endless dunes shifting under a sun that never moved. Another was a quiet ocean, still and silver, with a single island shaped like a tear. One was just clouds, no ground, no sky, only drifting clouds that sometimes formed shapes you might mistake for people. He didn't build them to be perfect. He built them to be true to their own nature. The desert didn't need rain. The ocean didn't need land. The clouds didn't need to hold together. Sometimes, late at night, Rick would take one of the spheres out into the backyard. He'd sit under the half-lit sky, set the little universe on the grass beside him, and just listen. The glass didn't make sound, not exactly. But there was a feeling, like each sphere had its own quiet heartbeat. One evening, he was holding the ocean world when he thought he heard something. Not from the glass itself, but from somewhere behind him. A faint rustle, like footsteps moving in a place that wasn't there. He turned, expecting to see the fence or the shed. Instead, he saw nothing. And yet, something had been there. When he looked back at the sphere, the ocean's surface was rippling, even though it never rippled before. And on the little tear-shaped island, there was a shadow. A single figure standing still. Too small to make out, but perfectly clear in its stillness. Rick leaned closer. The figure didn't move. It just stayed there, like it had been waiting. He didn't tell himself it was impossible. By then, he knew better than to close a door just because it wasn't supposed to exist. Instead, he set the sphere back on the workbench, turned off the lights, and left it alone for 3 days. When he finally checked again, the figure was gone. The island was empty. The ocean was still. Rick made more spheres after that. A forest, where the leaves glowed faintly blue. A canyon so deep it seemed to hum. A plain of silver grass under a sky with 2 moons. He never tried to control them. Just watched, waited, and sometimes wondered if the worlds knew he was watching. Once, when he was adjusting the desert sphere, the sand shifted to reveal a pattern, a series of curves and lines that almost looked like writing. Not letters, he knew, but something older, slower. When he blinked, the wind covered it again. He began to think of these worlds not as things he'd made, but as places that had always been, waiting for someone to find them. The glass was just the way in. One night, in the soft hour just before sleep, Rick dreamed he was walking through one of the spheres. The forest, maybe, or something like it. The air was warm, and every so often he could hear the faint click of branches moving against each other. Ahead, on a path that bent slightly to the left, was a figure. Not the shadow from the garage, but close. This one was clearer, almost solid, and yet blurred at the edges like the shape of a memory you can't fully bring into focus. The figure didn't turn around, didn't speak, just kept walking until it vanished into the deeper part of the forest, where the light began to thin. When Rick woke, the forest sphere was on his bedside table. He didn't remember bringing it there. That was when he started keeping a small box under his bed. Inside, wrapped in soft cloth, were the most unusual spheres, the ones that seemed to change when he wasn't looking. He didn't tell anyone about the box. It was his own kind of secret map, a way of keeping track of the places only he could go. Every so often, he'd take one out and just hold it in the dark, letting the faint pulse of it match his breathing. It was a comfort he couldn't explain, the sense that no matter what happened in the bigger, messier world, he had somewhere else to be, somewhere quiet, somewhere that was his. Years later, when Rick would meet the Council of Ricks for the first time, he'd think back to these tiny worlds, not because they were impressive, most of the Council wouldn't have cared, but because they had taught him something the Council never fully understood, that the smallest universes can hold the largest truths. For now, though, Rick was still young, still curious, still building without knowing where it would lead. The spheres multiplied slowly, each one a new voice in a growing chorus of small, contained infinities. And somewhere, far beyond the reach of his tools, a much larger universe was beginning to notice him back. There are doors you open with a key. There are doors you open by accident. And then there are doors that open because they've been waiting for you all along. Rick didn't set out to build one. At least, not in the usual sense. He had been working on something else entirely, a device meant to stabilize the delicate atmospheres in his pocket universes. The kind of quiet project that didn't have a deadline and didn't ask much of him except patience. It was late, the kind of late where even the crickets have grown tired and the night feels thick. The garage smelled faintly of burnt solder. One of the forest spheres sat beside him, glowing just enough to light his hands. The machine on the bench hummed softly, a steady pulse. Rick adjusted a small copper dial, and the hum shifted, deepening into a sound he felt in his ribs. He leaned closer, watching the readings on a panel he'd scavenged from an old stereo system. That's when he noticed it a shimmer, not on the machine, but in the air behind it, a thin, vertical line, brighter than the rest of the room, like the light between two slightly open curtains. It wasn't glowing exactly, but it had a quality that drew the eye like the horizon, just before sunrise. Rick set down his tools. The hum from the machine seemed to bend toward the shimmer, as though it was feeding it somehow. He stood, taking a slow step closer. The line widened, not fast, not sudden, but in a way that felt deliberate. It wasn't a portal, not the kind you could walk through. It was a doorway only in the sense that it separated here from somewhere else. And somewhere else was hard to describe. It looked soft. The air on the other side had a color to it, if that's even possible, a muted silver blue that seemed to breathe. Shapes moved in that space, but too far away to make sense of. And then, faintly, a voice. Not through his ears. Through the same place the figure's earlier words had reached him. That hidden chamber in the mind where meaning settles before you realize it's arrived. Not yet. Rick didn't move. His eyes traced the edges of the shimmer, trying to see what kept it from opening all the way. He didn't feel threatened. More studied. Not yet for what, he said aloud. The shimmer quivered like light on water. Not ready. Rick's jaw tightened. He wasn't used to being told he wasn't ready for something, but he also wasn't used to being noticed by something that didn't belong to any known place or time. The hum from his machine faltered. The shimmer began to narrow, folding in on itself. He stepped forward quickly, reaching out, not to touch it, but to measure the air around it, the way you might feel for the heat above a candle flame. It was warm, just barely, and in that warmth there was the echo of another presence. Not the shadow from the garage, but similar. Related? Somehow. The shimmer was almost closed when the voice came again, softer this time, almost a sigh. One day you'll understand. Then it was gone, just the wall again, dull and ordinary. Rick stood there for a long time, staring at the empty space. The hum from the machine had faded entirely. He reached for the forest sphere, holding it up to the spot where the shimmer had been, as if the glass might catch some leftover trace. For a moment, he thought he saw a reflection in the sphere, not his own, but another face, older, sharper, watching him with something between recognition and sadness. But when he blinked, it was gone. He didn't try to rebuild the conditions that had made the doorway appear. Not right away. Part of him knew it wasn't something he could force. The shimmer had come because it wanted to, and it would return on the same terms. Instead, he began taking notes. Not just about the night it happened, but about the small things he noticed afterward. The faint shift in the air when he walked. Into the garage, the way some of the pocket worlds seemed to hum a little louder when he stood near them, the occasional flicker at the corner of his vision that he'd turned toward, only to find nothing there. Days passed, weeks, no doorway, but the sense of being watched, not in a threatening way, but in the way a teacher might watch a student from across a room, stayed. One evening, he took the desert sphere outside and placed it on the grass, the cool night air wrapping around him like a blanket. The sky was clear, the stars sharp. He sat back and looked up, his mind drifting, and there it was again. Not a shimmer this time, but a feeling. The distinct sense that something was standing just behind him, close enough to touch, yet somehow far away. He didn't turn. Instead, he spoke quietly into the night. "I'm ready whenever you are." There was no reply. Just the steady sound of his own breathing and the faint heartbeat of the desert sphere beside him. Still he knew the doorway would come again. Doors like that didn't appear without reason, and whatever lay beyond it, whoever had spoken to him, was already part of the thread his life was following. Later, when he'd tell Morty bits and pieces of this story, he'd leave out the voice. He'd make it sound like a quirk of science, a weird side effect of an experiment. Morty didn't need to know that some doors aren't meant to be opened by machines at all. But for now, in the quiet of that night, Rick understood something important. The first door wasn't just an opening. It was a promise, and promises, in his experience, have a way of finding you again. Most people, when they think about traveling between dimensions, imagine explosions of light, the tearing of space, the chaos of arrival. Rick learned early that it doesn't have to be like that. The first time he stepped into another place, there was no noise at all. Just a subtle folding of the air, like turning a page in a book. The edges of the garage bent inward, the ceiling seemed to tilt, and then he was elsewhere. It was a small, pale meadow under a sky so wide it looked as if it had never known walls. The grass swayed in a breeze that carried no scent, no temperature, just motion. And in that motion he thought he heard something. A hum, faint but familiar, like the echo of the machine that had once opened the first door. Rick walked a few steps, the grass parting around his boots as though it recognized him. He didn't see the shimmer here or the shadowed figure, but the presence was there, watching. He didn't call out. Some things are better approached in silence. Instead, he knelt, ran his fingers along the blades of grass, and noticed they left faint trails of light when they bent and sprang back. It reminded him of the glowing leaves in one of his pocket worlds, only larger, freer. When he returned to the garage, a slow step, and then the folding back of space, it was as if no time had passed. The coffee in his mug was still warm. That's how it began. Over the next weeks, Rick repeated the process, adjusting his device each time. He wasn't mapping the multiverse in any systematic way. He was following a pull, an instinct. Each place was different, but all of them carried that same faint sense of being observed. One world was nothing but water stretching endlessly in every direction, its surface smooth as glass. When he stepped onto it, it held his weight like ice, yet moved under him like a deep current. He walked until he couldn't see where he'd come from, and still the horizon never changed. In the silence, a ripple passed beneath his feet, and for an instant, the reflection in the water wasn't his. Another world was a canyon lit from within, the rock walls glowing like embers. The air vibrated, as if the stone itself was humming. When Rick pressed his palm to the surface, the vibration slowed, matching the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Somewhere far above, a shadow crossed the narrow strip of sky. Too quick to follow, but familiar all the same. The travels were never dangerous, but they were never entirely comfortable either. There was always the sense of being a guest in a place that had its own quiet rules. Rick respected that. He left no marks, took nothing with him but the memory of the sounds and shapes. One evening, after visiting a world of shifting crystal towers, he returned to find one of his pocket spheres, slightly different. The desert's dunes had formed a new shape, a curve and line he recognized from the canyon walls. It was as though the two places had spoken to each other while he wasn't looking. Rick didn't try to explain it. Not to himself, and certainly not to anyone else. Some connections aren't meant to be dissected. They just exist, like threads, tying distant points together. In time, he began noticing signs that someone, or something, was guiding him. A path of stones in one world leading straight to where the air folded into the next. A patch of glowing moss that spelled out a pattern he'd seen once in a dream. Even the faint hum in his machine seemed to change, as though it was tuning itself to the will of another hand. Then one night, after returning from a quiet forest of black-leafed trees, he found the shimmer in his garage again. Only this time it was wider. He stepped closer. The silver-blue air beyond it seemed deeper, almost infinite. And there, just at the edge, stood a figure. Not hidden, not blurred. A person. It was a Rick. Older, but not by much. His hair was streaked with silver, his coat longer, his posture easier, as though he carried weight without letting it bend him. They looked at each other for a long moment. No greeting, no shock, just a mutual understanding that whatever this was, it had been coming for a while. "You've been following the whispers," the older Rick said, his voice both familiar and strange. "Not following," Rick replied. "Just noticing." The older Rick nodded slightly as if this answer had been expected. There's more out there than the places you've seen, more than you can imagine, and one day you're going to have to choose what you do with that, Rick tilted his head. Why me? The answer was slow, careful. Because you're the one who listens. Before Rick could speak again, the shimmer began to close. The older Rick didn't move, didn't rush. He simply stood there, his gaze steady, until the silver blue folded into nothing. The garage was quiet again. The machine's hum faded into the ordinary night sounds, the ticking of a clock, the distant rush of a passing car. But Rick knew something had changed. The journeys wouldn't be just wandering anymore. They were leading somewhere. And somewhere along that path, the older Rick would be waiting. It happened on a Tuesday. Not that Rick cared much about days. He'd stopped measuring time in calendars long ago. But this particular Tuesday was strange from the moment he woke. The light through the blinds was softer than usual, like the day had decided to keep its voice down. The coffee tasted sharper. The hum of his tools pitched a half-step lower. Small, almost imperceptible shifts, but enough to tell him something was circling closer. The shimmer didn't appear in the garage this time. It came as a slow distortion in the corner of his desk, a holographic ripple that expanded into a sealed envelope. No writing, just a smooth black surface that seemed to drink in the light. Rick turned it over in his hands. The material was warm, almost alive. When he pressed his thumb to it, the envelope unfolded itself in silence, revealing a single strip of metal etched with coordinates, not just spatial coordinates, interdimensional ones. And beneath the etchings, in faint lines that could almost be scratches, 3 words: "You are invited." He considered throwing it into the recycler. Invitations meant company, and company meant noise. But something in the etchings called to him. The same pull he'd felt in the canyon, the meadow, the water. This wasn't random. He set his device, dialed the sequence, and stepped through. The place he arrived in wasn't a planet, or a city, or even a ship. It was a construct floating in the nothing between worlds, an enormous ring of silver suspended over a dark void that seemed to stretch forever. The surface of the ring shimmered like mercury, and along its edge were dozens of openings, each a doorway into somewhere else, and from each doorway a Rick emerged. Tall Ricks, short Ricks, weary Ricks, swaggering Ricks. Some wore armor, others lab coats, others strange robes stitched with patterns that seemed older than science itself. They moved with a kind of unspoken recognition, their eyes flicking over each other like mirrors checking for cracks. Rick had seen other versions of himself before, in fleeting accidents, misaligned jumps. But this was different. This was a deliberate gathering. At the center of the ring stood a platform, and on it a Rick, unlike the others. His hair was white, his face deeply lined, but his eyes carried the same measured watchfulness as the figure Rick had seen in the shimmer. When the last of them arrived, the white-haired Rick raised his hand. The crowd quieted. "We are," he began, "a rare thing." His voice carried easily in the still air, every word deliberate. "We are not bound by one timeline, one reality, or one set of mistakes, and yet we share the same shape, the same mind. That makes us both dangerous and vulnerable." The other Ricks didn't speak, but Rick could feel the room's weight shift, the kind of stillness that comes when everyone is listening to something they already know, but don't want to admit. The white-haired Rick continued, "There are forces moving between the spaces we think we own. Some of you have seen them. the shadows in the reflections, the whispers in the hum. They are not accidents. They are not harmless. Rick felt a faint prickle in the back of his neck. He knew that hum. He'd walked those whispers. We call them the shard, the older Rick said. They don't come all at once. They seep in. They turn places toward themselves. They watch. And when they have learned enough, they take. A few of the Ricks shifted uncomfortably. One in a red coat folded his arms, another adjusted his goggles. Rick noticed none of them argued. That is why we form the council, the older Rick went on. Not for rules, not for hierarchy, for defense, for the sharing of what we see. Rick stayed quiet. He had no interest in defense committees, but his eyes stayed fixed on the older Rick's face, searching for the flicker of recognition, the unspoken thread that had led him here. When the meeting broke into smaller clusters, the noise of conversation filled the air. Ricks traded notes, compared devices, argued over minor details of dimensional physics. Rick wandered the edge of the ring, pretending to study the architecture. The silver beneath his feet shifted faintly as he moved, like a liquid that remembered being solid. It was there, on the far curve of the ring, that he saw him. The older Rick from the shimmer, standing alone, watching the void. Rick approached. "So, this is your party?" A small smile tugged at the corner of the older Rick's mouth. "Not mine. I'm just one of the last to remember why it started." "And why did it?" Rick asked. "Because of what's coming." There was no dramatics in his voice, no attempt to frighten. Just a simple truth, stated plainly. "You've seen them," the older Rick said. "The places that feel noticed. The hum that isn't your machine. That's the shard. And they don't just take places, they take versions of us. They fold them into themselves." Rick's gaze sharpened. "What happens to the ones they take?" "They stop being Ricks," the older one said softly. "They keep the shape, the mind, the memories. But the choices aren't theirs anymore, and you can't tell, not at first." The words sat heavy between them. Rick thought of the worlds he'd visited. The water, the canyon, the meadow, and the faint patterns that had begun to echo in his pocket spheres. "You're here," the older Rick said, "because you're not one to follow orders. That's why I'm telling you this. The council will argue and plan and stall, but when the time comes you'll have to decide for yourself how far you'll go to keep from being taken." Before Rick could respond, the shimmer of a doorway flared behind them. The meeting was ending, the gathered Ricks stepping back into their own worlds. The older Rick gave him a single nod, then turned toward one of the portals. "Listen for the hum," he said. "It'll tell you when it's close." And then he was gone. Rick lingered a moment longer on the ring, staring out into the void. It wasn't empty. Not really. If he squinted, he could almost see shapes moving in the dark, slow and deliberate, as if the void itself was alive. When he stepped back into his garage, the night felt heavier, the ticking of the clock louder, and somewhere, deep in the wiring of his machine, the faint hum shifted, just enough to let him know it had heard everything. The hum was there when Rick woke. It wasn't loud, it never was. It was the kind of sound that existed in the edges of hearing, the way you can sometimes hear your own blood moving when the room is too quiet. At first, he thought it was just the residue of the council gathering, lingering in his head. That kind of concentrated self-contact had a way of leaving echoes, But as the minutes passed, he realized it wasn't fading. If anything, it was beginning to move. It didn't stay in one place, like the steady thrum of a generator. It wandered from the floorboards to the workbench, into the corner of the room, then back again, like it was looking for something. Or maybe circling him. He tried to ignore it, bury himself in an old experiment he'd abandoned years ago, a miniature star that could exist at room temperature. But the hum kept weaving through the air, just soft enough to avoid being pinned down, just present enough to unsettle. By late afternoon, he gave up, pretending not to notice. "All right," he muttered, setting his tools down. "If you've got something to say, say it." The hum didn't answer, but the light in the garage shifted. The shadows under the shelves deepened, stretched further than they should. He turned, and there, in the far corner, the darkness seemed to ripple. It wasn't dramatic, no flash, no tearing of reality, just a change. A patch of shadow that moved like liquid, sliding slowly upward along the wall until it formed. A vague, human-like outline. Rick didn't reach for a weapon. He knew instinctively that this wasn't something that could be fought with plasma or explosives. This was something you either talked to or ran from. And running was not his style. The outline pulsed faintly like it was breathing. Then without sound, it began to take on texture. Not quite solid, but enough that he could see a suggestion of his own features. It was him. Or rather, it was trying to be him. The copy was imperfect. Its face lacked detail, its eyes were just pools of darker shadow, but the posture, the tilt of the head, the faint curve of the mouth, all of it was unmistakably his. "Cute trick," Rick said evenly. "What's the point? You want to blend in?" The shadow didn't respond in words. Instead, it tilted its head in the opposite direction he had, almost like a mirror that was just a fraction out of sync. The hum deepened, vibrating through the air and into his bones. For a moment, Rick felt his thoughts slow. Not in the way tiredness slows them, but in the way ice slows water, a thickening, a resistance to movement. The shadow stepped forward, and as it did, the slowing grew. Worse, he could feel it trying to align him. That was when he understood. The older Rick's words came back to him. They keep the shape, the mind, the memories. But the choices aren't theirs anymore. This wasn't a simple imitation. This was the start of a replacement. He forced his mind to move, wrenching it away from the heavy stillness. His fingers twitched toward the dimensional calibrator on the bench, not to shoot, but to shift. If the thing was anchored here, moving the space around it might be enough to break. The link. He kept his eyes locked on it as his hand found the device. The shadow Rick took another step, and with it, Rick felt an almost physical tug in his chest, like a string being drawn taut. The hum climbed in pitch, the air vibrating hard enough to make the shelves tremble. "Not today," Rick growled, and slammed the calibrator's trigger. The room warped, the walls bending inward, the air snapping like stretched rubber. The shadow Rick flickered, its edges blurring. The hum broke into shards of sound, sharp and chaotic. And then it was gone. The corner was just a corner again. The shadows sat where they belonged. The hum was still there, faintly, but it had retreated, distant enough to be mistaken for the refrigerator's motor. Rick stood there for a long moment, calibrator still in hand, breathing slow. He didn't feel victorious. If anything, he felt watched more closely than before, as if the shard had taken his resistance as an answer and was now considering its next move. That night, He didn't sleep in his bed. He set up in the garage, surrounded by a tangle of improvised sensors and traps. Not because he thought they'd stop whatever this was, but because he wanted to see it coming. The older Rick had been right. You couldn't always tell when one of them had been taken, but maybe, just maybe, you could tell when they were starting. And Rick had no intention of being anyone's starting point. The hum returned 3 nights later. Not at the edges of hearing this time, but low and steady, like a thread wound through every sound in the room. No matter where he stood, it was there, behind the fridge's hum, under the tick of the wall clock, laced through the faint rustle of leaves outside. Rick didn't bother with small talk. He had spent the past 72 hours tuning his senses for this. Every movement in the air, every fluctuation in temperature, every flicker in the light, all logged, analyzed, measured. When it came, he would be ready. The first shift was subtle, a smell, and not unpleasant, but unfamiliar. Something like rain on stone, but older, colder. Then the hum began to pull. Not physically, not yet, but in the same way a path in the woods can pull you forward without your noticing. A gentle persuasion that builds with each step. Rick followed. He didn't. Tell Morty, didn't wake anyone. Some paths you walk alone, especially when you're not sure you want anyone knowing where they lead. The pull didn't take him to the garage or the kitchen or the portal gun. It led him outside into the night air, past the fences, past the line where street lamps stopped. Out here, the dark was thicker, more complete. He kept walking. At some point, without realizing it, he crossed over. It wasn't dramatic, no flash, no tearing of the sky, just a gradual wrongness. The air grew heavier, the stars shifted to unfamiliar positions, and the ground beneath his feet began to feel unused, like nothing had touched it for a very long time. He stopped and checked his readings. The calibrator told him he was nowhere, not in his home dimension, not in any catalogued branch. The space he stood in wasn't even registering as space, a dead dimension. Rick had heard of them. Places where physics had collapsed inward, where light still moved but life never returned. Spaces abandoned not by choice, but by erasure. The kind of places the shard might choose to sleep. The hum was stronger here, but softer too, like a heartbeat heard through thick walls. He followed it across a flat plain of glassy stone that seemed to drink in the faint starlight. His footsteps made no echo. His shadow barely clung to him. On the horizon, he saw them. Shapes, tall, narrow, uneven. At first, he thought they were stone formations, jagged remnants of a broken landscape. But as he drew closer, he saw details. Faces, hundreds of them carved into the towering spires, not with tools, but with something slower, more patient. The features were blurred, but the intent was clear. Each was an imitation of a person, and many of them he recognized. Some were other Ricks, versions of him from universes that no longer existed. Others were strangers. A few, disturbingly, were people he'd known. Each face seemed frozen in the moment before realization. That small instant, when you first understand something is wrong. Rick stepped closer to one of the spires. The face there was his own, but younger. It had more hope in it, less scar tissue in the eyes. He stared at it for a long moment, feeling the hum in his chest shift to match the rhythm in the stone. Behind him, the air changed, not a sound, but a movement of absence, as though something had stepped into a space without disturbing the space around it. Rick turned slowly. It was the shadow again, but not the same as before. Taller, thinner, the details sharper now. Its eyes were still pools of dark, but they seemed deeper, like wells with no bottom. It didn't approach. It didn't need to. The hum was the approach. For a moment, Rick felt the dead dimension itself leaning toward him, as if the place wanted him here, wanted him to stay. The glassy ground seemed to flex faintly beneath his boots like skin under a fingertip. He spoke without thinking. "Is this your collection?" The shadow tilted its head, the movement slow, deliberate. Rick scanned the spires again. A thought he didn't like crept in. Maybe these weren't just sculptures. Maybe this was where the shard kept what it had taken. And maybe some of them weren't completely gone. The hum swelled, the air thickening until it was almost liquid. Rick felt his thoughts slowing again, the same ice creep as before. His hand twitched toward the calibrator, but the shadow raised its arm, and every tool on his belt fell silent. He was unarmed. The hum pressed closer, now undeniably coming from the shadow itself. It was inside his head, inside his bones, whispering, without words. He forced himself to take a step forward. Another. The shadow didn't move. "You're not getting me," Rick said quietly. "You can follow, you can try, but you're not getting me." The hum wavered, just slightly. Enough for him to feel it lose its perfect rhythm. That was his moment. He didn't need the calibrator to escape. He still had the one trick the shard couldn't mimic, the ability to decide. Rick turned and without hesitation walked back into the dark. He didn't look over his shoulder, didn't slow down, didn't let the hum regain its footing. He kept moving until the air lightened, until the stars shifted back to familiar patterns, until the ground felt used again. When he stepped back onto the street, the night was just night. He didn't go home immediately. He stood there a while, breathing the regular air, listening to the small, ordinary sounds of his own dimension. The hum was gone. But it hadn't been defeated. It had let him go, for now. Rick spent the next 3 days in the garage, not building an escape route, but a cage, not for something alive, at least not in the usual sense, but for a signal, a pulse, a presence. He knew now that the shard wasn't bound to one body. The shadow was a shape it wore, nothing more. The hum was the true form, the thread that wove itself into every sound, every silence. So if he could catch the hum, isolate it, he could speak to it. The device came together slowly in the kind of scattered focus that only Rick could sustain. It looked nothing like a weapon, more like an inverted satellite dish cradled in a frame of bent steel and copper wiring. At its center, a chamber of compressed air surrounded by a thin membrane of crystalline material harvested from a collapsed dimension. Its purpose was simple: detect the hum, match its frequency, and feed it back into itself until it had nowhere to go but inside the chamber. Morty asked once what it was for. Rick told him it was a research project, and nothing more. Morty didn't press. The hardest part wasn't building the trap. It was baiting it. Rick had to make himself noticeable. Not to his enemies, but to the hum itself. That meant walking alone at night, visiting quiet places, letting his mind drift just enough that the shard could think it was pulling him in again. It worked on the 4th night. The hum slipped back into his perception, faint at first, then steady. Rick didn't acknowledge it. He kept moving, winding his path until he was back at the garage. The trap was already powered. He stepped inside, closed the door, and stood in the center of the dish. The air around him thickened, the hum swelled. He waited. The moment came like a sudden intake of breath. The hum aligned perfectly with the dish's sensors, and the crystalline membrane began to vibrate. Rick flipped the switch. The trap engaged. If the hum didn't vanish, it collapsed. The sound folded inward, compressing into a point so small he couldn't tell if it was inside the membrane or inside his own skull. The garage went silent, completely silent. Even the ticking of the old wall clock stopped. Rick stepped forward, leaning over the chamber. Inside he could see it, not as light or shadow, but as a distortion, like heat rising from pavement. It shifted constantly, as if trying to remember what shape it wanted to take. He spoke. "I know you can understand me." No reply, but the distortion pulsed once, faintly. "You've been following me since the council fell," Rick continued. "You're not a random entity. You're tied to them. Maybe you're what's left of them. Maybe you're their last trick." The distortion held still, then bent slightly to one side. Rick took it as acknowledgement. "You're not just here to kill me," he said slowly. "If you were, you'd have done it in the dead dimension. No, you want something. You need something." The membrane quivered. The distortion pulsed again. Longer this time. Rick narrowed his eyes. "So what is it? A deal? Information? Or are you looking for a host?" The distortion's movement sharpened, contracting into a tighter, denser form. Rick didn't like that. It reminded him of a coil tightening before a strike. "You know I don't do deals," he said, his voice even. "But if you've got something to say, you've got one shot to say it." For the first time, the hum came back, but not around him. From inside the chamber, it wasn't sound in the normal sense. It was thought wrapped in resonance, the closest thing the shard had to speech. "We remember you." Rick didn't flinch, but the words landed heavy. "Yeah, well, a lot of people remember me, most of them for the wrong reasons." "You took from us?" "Depends on how you define took." The hum wavered, then steadied again. "We cannot rebuild without it." Rick's mind raced. "Without what?" No answer. Just a long, slow pulse. He leaned closer. "If you're talking about the memory core, you're too late. The council burned half of it before they went under. The rest, scattered, fragmented, same as your little operation." The distortion shifted violently, enough that the crystalline membrane groaned in its frame. Rick straightened. "Don't test it. That chamber's holding you because I built it to match you. Push too hard, and you burn yourself out." The distortion stilled. Then after a pause, "You will bring it to us?" Rick almost laughed. "Cute. And why would I do that?" "Because if you do not..." The hum lowered, becoming something that felt like cold breath on the inside of his mind. "We will remember her." Rick's smile vanished. His voice was quiet now, almost flat. "You're playing a dangerous game. You left her once." Rick cut the power. The trap went dark. The distortion snapped out of existence, leaving the garage filled with ordinary air again. For a long time, Rick just stood there, staring at the empty chamber. They knew the shard wasn't trying to kill him. Not yet. They were holding something over him, something he didn't talk about, something no one else had the right to know. And now the only choice he had was whether to run from it or walk straight into it. Rick didn't sleep that night. Not really. He sat on the edge of the workbench, listening to the faint whir of machines, feeling the weight of the shard's message like a shadow pressing against the walls of his mind. The memory wasn't sudden. It wasn't a lightning strike that illuminated everything at once. No, it crept in, soft as dust, drifting through corners, brushing against him until it was impossible to ignore. Her? She wasn't someone most people would remember. Not a queen, not a scientist, not even a relative. She was quiet, observant, the kind of person who existed just outside the spotlight. And yet, to Rick, she had been everything. He could still see her in the haze of memory. Standing in the hallway of some abandoned space station, the faint glow of a failing console lighting her face. The hum of distant engines wrapping around, her like a lullaby. She hadn't spoken much, not in words that mattered, but the presence she carried. Steady, patient, curious. It had changed him. And now, somewhere out there, the shard was using that memory as leverage. Rick tapped the calibrator against his palm. He didn't want to go looking for her, didn't want to risk waking the shadow of what had been lost. But the hum had chosen. It had named her, tied her existence to the device he had built, and he knew that ignoring it wasn't an option. He set his devices aside and pulled the portal gun from its resting cradle. The coordinates etched into his mind from the Council's whisper, the ones he had been too careful to note aloud, were enough to lead him. Just enough. The portal opened with a familiar fold and a sigh, the edges of his garage bending like old paper. And when he stepped through, the world on the other side was wrong. Not completely dead, like the dimension he had stumbled into before. Not entirely vibrant, like the meadow or the crystal canyon. It was in between. A landscape, half-formed, edges blurred, colors running into each other like wet paint. Rick walked carefully. The ground shifted underfoot. Soft, pliant, yet firm enough to support his weight. The sky overhead pulsed gently, a deep indigo breathing slowly. And everywhere he looked, there were echoes, flickers of movement, shadowed hints of places he had been, voices he almost remembered. Then he saw her. She stood at the center of a circular clearing, the faint glow of something unseen surrounding her like an aura. Her eyes, those quiet, steady eyes, met his across the distance, and for a single heartbeat, it felt like time had decided to pause, just for them. Rick's mouth opened, and he realized he hadn't remembered how to speak her name aloud. She tilted her head slightly, a question in her gaze, and even in this half-formed world, that small gesture held the weight of all the things unsaid between them. The hum returned then, soft but insistent. It wasn't coming from the environment, or the portal, or even the air. It was coming from her. Rick froze, not because of fear. He had seen enough impossible things to dismiss that, but because of recognition. The shard wasn't behind this. She wasn't being used yet. She was the anchor. "You're here," Rick said, voice low. Not a greeting, not a warning, just a recognition. She nodded once, faint, barely perceptible. Then, without speaking, she raised her hand slightly, pointing toward the edge of the clearing. Rick followed the gesture and saw them. The shadows, the shard. Their forms blurred, edges like mist, hovering just at the threshold of perception. They had waited for him. They had known he would follow. Rick's mind raced, but his voice remained calm. "I don't negotiate in half-formed dimensions." The hum shifted, as if considering his words. "You don't have to," she said, quiet, steady, carrying a weight he hadn't realized he'd missed. "Not yet. But you will. Rick's eyes narrowed. I'm listening. She didn't look at him. Instead, she looked past him at the blur of shapes at the edge of the clearing. They can't take what isn't ready to be taken. You know that? He did. Somehow, deep inside, he understood it. The shard could only claim what existed fully, entirely. Half-formed, unfinished, unresolved. Those things slipped through its grasp. Rick took a slow step forward. The shadows didn't move closer. They waited, patient, predatory. Why are you here? He asked. Not demanding, curious, hesitant almost, because someone has to remember, she said. Her gaze lifted to meet his. And if no one remembers, the shard wins. The truth hit him like a cold wind. She wasn't just a memory. She was a living thread, a tether to the past, to choices made, to moments that could not be reclaimed. And if she was gone, all of it, all of them, could be lost. Rick clenched his jaw. He had always known memory could be a weapon. He had wielded it. He had ignored it. But now it stood before him, solid, fragile, and terrifyingly real. He exhaled slowly, almost whispering to himself, "All right, let me do this, together." Her faint smile, a shadow of warmth in this strange, incomplete world, was all the acknowledgement he needed. For a while they simply stood there. Please stood. Two figures surrounded by half-formed air, by shapes that could have been anything, by a hum that promised and threatened all at once. No words were spoken. No plan was made. Just the recognition that the path ahead existed and that they would follow it. Rick glanced around. The shadows remained at the edge of perception, unmoving, waiting for the inevitable slip. He looked back at her. Whatever happens next, we remember. That's the only thing they can't touch. She nodded again, quiet, certain, anchored. And for the first time in what felt like years, Rick allowed himself a small, private exhale. Not victory, not relief, just acknowledgement, presence, connection. The hum had not been silenced. It had not been beaten. But it had been observed, and sometimes, he knew, observation was enough. Rick adjusted his coat, checked the calibrator at his belt, and stepped forward toward the first of the shadows. Not with weapons, not with rage, but with the slow certainty of someone who had walked too many impossible paths to fear another. Somewhere behind him, she followed, not because he asked her to, not because he demanded it, because she, like him, understood the weight of memory, the power of choice, and the quiet defiance of existing in a world that wanted to forget. And as they moved together, the half-formed dimensions seemed to sigh, bending and curving around them, aware of their presence, aware that some things could not be erased. Not yet. The world bent quietly around them. Rick had stepped into the threshold of the shard's domain with cautious certainty, and she had followed, her presence a tether to what was real. The space was neither fully formed nor entirely empty. It was a lattice of whispers, a city of shadows, a dimension where memory and will flowed like water, catching on every surface and folding back into itself. The hum was louder here, not loud in a traditional sense, not a sound to irritate the ears or vibrate the bones, but a vibration inside the skull, a pulse felt with every heartbeat, echoing in the marrow, threading through thought. It wasn't malicious, not yet, but it was insistent, reminding you that the space itself was aware, awake, waiting. Rick walked slowly, scanning every ripple of shadow, every fold of incomplete architecture. She walked beside him, quiet, steady, like a compass, pointing to something unspoken. The shadows moved around them but didn't touch, shifting in shapes that suggested faces and bodies, limbs and torsos, but nothing complete. "You feel that?" Rick asked softly, more to himself than to her. She nodded. "It's like a tide. You can't stop it, but you can ride it." He considered that. The shard didn't force its will like a hammer. It coiled, it waited, it pulled only when the moment was exactly right. Observation was the only defense. They reached a clearing in the middle of this strange lattice. Here, the hum concentrated, spinning in the air like fog, denser than anywhere else. And in the center, a shape began to emerge, not quite solid, not yet. But it carried presence, awareness, intelligence, the quiet weight of inevitability. Rick's hand hovered over the calibrator at his belt. The device hummed faintly, in anticipation, aligned with the vibrations of the shard, reading its every pulse. "You see it?" he asked. She did. "It's listening." Rick inclined his head. "And we're on its radar. Good. That's progress." The shape shifted, folding inward and outward, like smoke caught in an invisible wind. At times it almost resembled him, almost resembled her, almost resembled someone else entirely. The hum grew, pulling at thoughts like a tide, pulling leaves into the current. Rick spoke, steady, even. "We're here. We're not yours. We're observing. You can't touch what is being watched." For a moment, the hum hesitated. Then slowly, the shard responded. Not with words, but with thought, a sensation that brushed the edges of their minds. "You cannot own what is not surrendered." Rick felt the echo like a nudge against his memory. It didn't speak to him with language. It spoke with recollection, threading images through his mind, echoes of worlds he had visited, moments he had lived, mistakes he had tried to forget. And in the center of that thread, her presence, steady, anchored, human, unclaimed. He exhaled slowly. "You're clever, I'll give you that. But I've walked long enough through impossible places to know that clever doesn't mean inevitable." She stepped closer to him. "It knows our intent," she said softly. "It senses that we are deliberate, and that changes everything." Rick considered that. The shard wasn't malevolent in a conventional sense. It didn't need to destroy. It needed recognition, acknowledgement, interaction. And in that there was a rhythm, a pattern, a way to communicate without giving it victory. He extended a hand, not toward the shard, but into the space between them, letting his awareness drift. Into the hum, touching it like a finger on water. The air shifted, bending lightly around the gesture, folding shadows along invisible seams. "You touch what you cannot understand." Rick smirked faintly. "Maybe, but I touch it anyway." The hum pulsed, vibrating through the lattice like a heartbeat. Not angry, not fearful, not triumphant, just aware, observing him in return. And for the first time, Rick felt the shard hesitate. She watched him quietly, her eyes tracing the way the distortion responded to his presence. "It's waiting," she said. "Waiting to see if we falter." He nodded. "And we won't. Not yet." For several minutes they stood in the center of that quiet storm, moving nothing, saying nothing, allowing observation itself to become a dialogue. The lattice shifted around them, folding in slow waves, the echoes of memory rising and falling like tides. Then the shard pulsed sharply, a wave that rattled the edges of perception. Images flashed. Not threats, not attacks, but possibilities. Worlds it could claim, echoes of beings it might touch. And in every flash, her presence remained untouched, anchored, deliberate. Rick felt his chest tighten slightly, not with fear, but with understanding. The shard wasn't invincible, it wasn't unknowable, it was patient, yes, but not omnipotent. And observation, intention, and presence, simple acts, were more powerful than raw force. He glanced at her again. She met his gaze, and there was something in her look, recognition, hope, acknowledgement, a soft assurance that they could navigate this, that some things, some memories, some threads of existence could remain free if they were careful, deliberate, and patient. Rick exhaled slowly. "All right," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "We'll keep moving, step by step. Observation first, action second, and if it wants to test us, let it try." The shard pulsed one last time, like a breath drawn and held. Then the lattice around them stilled, the hum lowering to a soft vibration that wrapped around their senses without overwhelming them. The space was still strange, alien, impossible. But they were still here, together, and for now that was enough. Rick didn't rush. He never did when the stakes were this delicate. The shard's domain was vast, stretching like a half-remembered dream into edges he couldn't perceive. The lattice of memory and shadow moved around them, aware of their presence, adjusting subtly with every step. Nothing could exist here unnoticed, not even a whisper. And yet they moved quietly, deliberately, leaving no trace beyond the weight of intention. She followed him, silent but steadfast, a tether to reality, to memory, to the thread that refused to be claimed. Rick stopped at a bend in the lattice. He crouched, placing the calibrator on the ground. The device hummed faintly, attuned to the distortions in this place, sensitive enough to detect the subtle pull of the shard's influence. "Step carefully," he murmured. "We're not here to attack. We're here to understand." She nodded, her gaze sweeping the shifting shadows, reading the faint movements like a language he had long since stopped noticing. Rick adjusted the calibrator. The readings were inconsistent. The shard's presence ebbed and flowed like tides, not aggressive, not passive, but observant, testing them as much as they were testing it. "Think it's aware we're studying it?" she asked. Rick tilted his head. "Aware, yes. Concerned, maybe. They only respond when they sense something deliberate. And right now, we are deliberate." He activated the calibrator fully, sending a controlled pulse into the surrounding lattice. The air vibrated softly, the shadows bending, folding back on themselves, edges sharpening then blurring again. The pulse wasn't violent. It wasn't meant to trap or strike. It was a probe, a question. The shard answered, not with sound, but with sensation. A pull, gentle but unmistakable, brushing against their thoughts, nudging, testing the boundaries of observation. Rick grinned faintly, the kind of smile that never reached the eyes but carried meaning anyway. "Okay, that's a response. We'll keep track." She watched the distortions pulse in reaction to the calibrator. "It's almost like it's learning from us. Or teaching," Rick said softly. Or both. They moved forward together, sending small pulses at intervals, mapping the subtle distortions, the edges of influence. The lattice reacted differently in different regions. In some areas, the pulses bent sharply, deflected. In others, they spread freely, brushing past layers of memory without resistance. Rick's mind traced patterns. He marked each shift, each pulse, like a cartographer charting an invisible continent. Each observation fed into understanding, each step forward illuminating where the shard's power bent, where it had soft points, where it was more vulnerable. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes. Time was different here, folded and stretched like the lattice itself. Then he noticed something new. A faint echo of her. Not physical, not solid, but a resonance that matched her presence exactly. It flickered across the lattice, repeating a step she had taken earlier, lingering where she had paused. And in that echo, Rick recognized an opportunity. "If we amplify this," he whispered, "we might create a path the shard can't immediately influence." She tilted her head, understanding without needing explanation. "You mean, make a safe zone?" Rick nodded. "Safe-ish. Nothing here is truly safe, but controlled, observed, resistant to instant manipulation." He adjusted the calibrator, carefully syncing its output to the resonance of her echo. The lattice responded immediately, shadows bending slightly away, edges softening, movement slowing where the pulse flowed. Rick took a cautious step into the emerging corridor. It felt different. Solid, almost tangible, a slice of stability in a world of fluid thought. "Careful," he murmured. "This is fragile. One wrong move and we fold the wrong memory into it." She followed, echo guiding, echo, presence building, presence. The corridor extended, bending like a river, through a landscape of recollection. The shard's influence was still present, but diminished here, slowed, hesitant. Rick exhaled slowly. This is progress. Not much, but enough. A faint pulse responded, the lattice itself acknowledging their movement, testing their patience. Rick didn't react, didn't strike. He let the pulse fold back into the space, felt its rhythm, matched it with his own breath. "You're calm," she said softly. "Even here," Rick smirked faintly. "Experience. You don't get this far by panicking in half-formed realities." They walked on, the corridor extending further. With each pulse of the calibrator, with each echo of her presence, the shard's domain adjusted subtly, revealing patterns, not just where it could reach, but how. Rick traced the lines in his mind, noticing something remarkable. The shard's influence was like water over rock, persistent, constant, but it flowed around what it could not claim directly. Observation, intentionality, memory anchored in living presence. These were obstructions. "That's how we survive it," he said quietly. "Not by fighting, not by fleeing, by being deliberate. By existing in ways it can't anticipate." She glanced at him, eyes steady. "Then we keep moving," Rick nodded. "Exactly, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." And so they moved. The corridor stretched ahead like a promise, fragile, incomplete, yet theirs. The lattice pulsed around them, a quiet observer, neither hostile nor welcoming, just aware. For the first time, Rick felt less alone. Less like a single point in an infinite web of memory and shadows. They were walking in rhythm with something vast and incomprehensible, not dominating it, not dominated by it, existing alongside it, shaping it in the smallest of ways, asserting quiet resistance. And somewhere in that deliberate movement, in that careful observation, Rick realized the shard had shown them its limits, not by yielding, not by conceding, but by revealing what it could not immediately touch. He let the realization sink in, soft and slow, the way a warm thought drifts into a cool night. The corridor ahead bent again, shadows twisting at the edges, the lattice humming faintly, alive but restrained. And Rick, with her echoing presence beside him, stepped forward. Together, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, and the shard waited. The lattice shifted again. Rick and her moved slowly through it, each step measured, each pulse deliberate. The shard had not followed them directly. It had not needed to. Its presence was everywhere, a quiet tension that wrapped around the edges of their awareness like a whisper in the dark. Rick adjusted the calibrator at his belt. Not to strike, not to trap, but to listen. The device hummed faintly, resonating with the subtle patterns of the shard's reach, tracing its folds, noting where it faltered. She watched him, calm, steady. "You're trying to talk to it," she said softly. Rick didn't answer immediately. He focused on the lattice, on the faint undulations of thought that the shard left behind, invisible except to the right kind of attention. Then he murmured, "Not talk, negotiate." "Negotiate shadows?" she asked, a trace of humor in her voice. Rick's lips twitched. "Exactly that. Shadows can listen, shadows can respond. If you move carefully, they can even compromise." Shard responded almost immediately, not with sound, not with form, but with sensation. The lattice around them rippled like a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. The hum deepened, folding inward, pulsing slowly in time with their steps. Rick exhaled quietly. "It knows we're deliberate." "That matters," she nodded. "Then we test the boundaries." Step by step, they moved through the corridor. Each pulse of the calibrator, a question: how far can we move without triggering resistance? How close can we come before the lattice bends to its will? Rick spoke softly as they moved. "The trick isn't force, it's acknowledgement, recognition, presence. We have to show it we exist without surrendering, that we remember without giving." "At leverage," she glanced at him, eyes reflecting the faint light of the lattice. "And if it refuses to yield?" Rick didn't flinch. "Then we find the cracks." Every construct, even one built from pure memory and will, has weak points. Observation reveals them. They reached a broad clearing. Here, the lattice pulsed more distinctly, the hum vibrating against their bones in gentle waves. And at the center, faint echoes of beings the shard had claimed. Fragments of memory, faces half-formed, voices folded into the background like distant winds. Rick crouched slightly, letting the calibrator resonate in harmony with the lattice. The echoes shifted subtly, bending back into themselves, rearranging slightly as if acknowledging his presence. She whispered, "It's listening." "Exactly," Rick said. "We don't need it to answer yet. Just recognize that we exist." A pause. Then the lattice pulsed sharply, shadows tightening at the edges, undulating like dark water. Rick felt the shard testing him, pushing, nudging, seeking a reaction. He did nothing, not a flinch, not a step backward. She stepped closer. To him. "You're calm," she said again, "even when it's aware of us." Rick gave her a faint smile. Experience and patience. Both work better than weapons here. Another pulse, stronger. The echoes at the center of the clearing shifted more decisively, faces aligning into forms, voices brushing against each other in faint harmony. The shard wasn't attacking. Not yet. It was communicating. Not in words, but in movement, in response. Rick adjusted the calibrator again. This time, he let it resonate with her presence, amplifying the echo of her steady existence. The lattice bent slightly, folding around them, giving shape to a corridor of stability that hadn't existed before. "See that?" he whispered. "That's a boundary. We create it. Step inside and the shard can't touch us directly." She followed, stepping into the corridor. It felt different. Solid enough to walk without fear of folding into nothing, safe enough that the hum pressed but did not overwhelm. Rick exhaled slowly. "Observation and presence," he said. "That's the trick. Not fighting, not fleeing, just existing deliberately." They moved together through the corridor, every step a negotiation. The shard responded with pulses, testing edges, nudging at weaknesses, but never breaking. And each pulse they absorbed, each step they mirrored, built another layer of safety. Rick glanced at her. "You see how it folds when we're deliberate? That's leverage, not dominance. Leverage, respect, recognition." She smiled faintly. "Then we keep moving." The corridor extended, twisting around half-formed constructs past echoes of worlds the shard had touched. Faces appeared and disappeared, fragments of lives, some familiar, some alien. But within the corridor, none of it could reach them fully. None of it could claim them. Rick felt a quiet exhale settle over him. Not relief, not victory. Just acknowledgement, presence, connection. The shard was vast and they were small, but even the smallest deliberate action mattered. The lattice pulsed once more, a slow, rhythmic vibration that filled the clearing. And for the first time, Rick felt the faintest sense of dialogue forming. Not words, not threats, but understanding. Observation could influence the shard. Awareness could shape its movement. And presence could protect what mattered. He looked at her. "We're learning its rules. That's all we need for now." She nodded, stepping closer, echo resonating with hers. "Then we keep walking, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." Rick exhaled. "Exactly. And somewhere in this deliberate rhythm, we might even find its limits." The hum pulsed softly, shadows folding gently, the lattice acknowledging their existence without opposition. And in that quiet tension, in that gentle negotiation, Rick felt the first fragile trace of hope. Not victory, not even understanding, just a beginning. Rick and she moved deeper into the shard's domain, each step a careful negotiation with the lattice that surrounded them. The corridor they had carved was fragile but functional, a quiet channel through the shifting shadows and echoes of memory. The air itself seemed to breathe, folding in on them softly, and the hum that threaded through everything became a rhythm, subtle, hypnotic, almost like the beat of a distant heart. It pulsed around them, wrapping their senses in gentle tension. "Here," Rick said softly, stopping at a bend. "This is where the shard keeps its memories, constructs, the fragments of worlds, moments, beings it has absorbed." She glanced around, eyes reflecting the faint glow of the lattice. Faces appeared in the shifting shadows, fleeting glimpses of lives and places, half-formed and delicate. They weren't alive in any conventional sense, but they were aware in a way that made the hairs on the back of your neck rise. Rick crouched, letting the calibrator hum in harmony with the lattice. Each of these constructs is a stored thought, a captured moment, a memory twisted into something it can manipulate. Watch carefully. Step lightly. And remember, the shard can feel every ripple of intent. She nodded. Then we moved quietly. They walked along the corridor, letting Their presence merged with the rhythm of the lattice. The constructs reacted subtly, folding inward when approached, pulsing faintly as though acknowledging that they were being observed but not claimed. Rick exhaled slowly. Observation is a form of negotiation here. If we ignore them, they ignore us. If we touch deliberately, we influence them without ownership. A small fragment of a city appeared in the shadows. Skyscrapers bent in impossible directions, streets folding over themselves, lights flickering as if uncertain whether to exist. Rick extended a hand, hovering above the construct, letting the calibrator's pulse synchronize with its faint rhythm. The cityscape shivered, edges softening, corners aligning, a subtle acknowledgement of deliberate attention. Like a lullaby, she whispered. We're shaping them by noticing them. Exactly, Rick said. It's quiet, it's gentle, but it's effective, they continued, stepping through constructs that flickered between solid and shadow. Some were moments from Rick's own past, memories of lost companions, failed experiments, fleeting victories. Others were foreign, echoes of worlds and beings he had never touched. And yet each responded the same way to careful observation. Pulse, acknowledge, fold. Rick paused. See that one? He murmured, gesturing to a small fragment hovering slightly above the floor. It was a delicate construct, barely visible, a flash of light and form that could vanish with a single misstep. She leaned closer. It's incomplete, Rick nodded. And that's the point. The shard can't claim what isn't fully formed. That's how we survive it. By existing deliberately and by walking lightly. We influence its constructs without becoming them. Pause hung between them as they watched the fragment, faint light reflecting in their eyes. The lattice around them pulsed softly, a slow, deliberate rhythm, and the hum thickened, filling the space with a gentle insistence. Rick's voice was quiet, thoughtful. It's teaching us without realizing it. Every construct, every pulse, every shift in the lattice, it's showing its limits, its weaknesses, the rules of its existence, and we can use that. She studied the fragment, hand hovering just above it. We're learning together. Rick's gaze softened. Yeah. Presence matters. Observation matters. Not just mine, not just yours. Ours. They moved on past fragments of forests, folding into themselves, oceans frozen mid-wave, skies captured at sunset and held still. Each construct responded to their deliberate attention, bending, folding, or pulsing with recognition. None attacked, none resisted violently, none claimed them. Rick allowed himself a rare, quiet smile. See, no one else could do this. They'd panic, they'd strike. But we observe, we exist deliberately, and that changes everything. She glanced at him, a faint warmth in her gaze. It's beautiful in a strange way, all these fragments frozen but alive, just waiting to be noticed. Exactly. Rick's tone softened, almost reflective. Life doesn't always have to be loud or dramatic. Sometimes existing carefully, observing carefully, that's enough. It's enough to shape things, influence things, even something as vast as this shard. The corridor bent gently, leading them to a wide open space. Here, the constructs were larger, more complex, entire landscapes captured and folded into the lattice, cities, forests, oceans, even skies that shifted slowly as though breathing. Rick adjusted the calibrator, letting it resonate with all of them at once. The hum rose, but not threateningly. It felt like acknowledgement, recognition. Look at that, he whispered. Every construct has a rhythm, every fragment has a pulse, and each responds to deliberate presence. That's the rule, that's the leverage. She stepped closer, letting her own presence echo with hers. The constructs reacted immediately, edges softening, corners aligning, light folding gently across surfaces. And in that quiet interaction, they realized the shard could feel their influence, could sense the deliberate care they took, but could not undo it. Rick exhaled, letting a soft exhale fill the space. "Observation and presence," he said quietly. "Pulse by pulse, fragment by fragment, step by step, presence by presence. That's how we survive here. That's how we influence it. And that's how we might even reach its core." She nodded, eyes reflecting the soft glow of the constructs. "Then we keep moving, carefully, deliberately, together." Rick glanced around at the lattice, at the shifting fragments, at the echoes of half-formed worlds. The shard had not attacked. It had not claimed. It had simply observed and, in doing so, revealed its limits. He smiled faintly. "It's not about fighting, not about fleeing, not about dominance, just existence, presence, attention. That's enough to change the rules." And, in that quiet realization, in the gentle rhythm of their deliberate steps, the shard's domain felt slightly less imposing. Not tamed, not conquered, just observed, understood, and navigated carefully, one pulse, one fragment, one step at a time. Rick exhaled slowly. The hum wrapped around them like a lullaby. The constructs bent softly, folding into recognition, and for the first time he felt the faintest trace of hope. Not victory, not even complete understanding. Just the quiet promise that deliberate existence, careful observation, and shared presence could shape even the most impossible, shifting spaces. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, they moved deeper, further and together into the lattice of shadows and memories, each moment a fragile negotiation with the shard itself. Rick moved carefully, every step deliberate, every breath measured. The corridor they had carved through the shard's domain bent gently around them, folding and unfolding like a living thought. The lattice pulsed softly, a rhythm that wrapped around them without overwhelming. She walked beside him, echoing presence anchoring the fragile corridor they had built. No words were needed. Their synchronization was quiet but complete. Pulse by pulse, fragment by fragment, step by step. At last, they reached the center, the core. It wasn't a shape, not in any way the mind could fully recognize. It was a sensation, a weight in the air, a hum that resonated through the bones, threading into memory and thought alike. The shard itself was concentrated here, fully aware, fully awake. Rick paused, letting the calibrator rest in his hands, the device humming faintly as it registered the intensity. He exhaled slowly. "Here we are," he said softly. "Not to fight, not to negotiate, just to exist." She nodded. Her gaze met his, steady, warm, an anchor in this impossible place. "We're here together." "Yes," Rick whispered. "Together. That's the key." The hum thickened, pulsing rhythmically, and then, almost imperceptibly, it shifted. It was no longer testing them in the same way, no longer probing. It was listening. Rick extended a hand, hovering it just above the air of the core. "We exist deliberately," he murmured. "That's the rule. Observation matters. Presence matters. That's the only language it understands." A subtle vibration passed through the lattice, wrapping around them, like a sigh. Not hostility, not aggression, recognition. She reached out, her hand brushing against the pulse of the core. The hum responded, soft, steady, as though acknowledging her presence without claiming it. Rick exhaled, a quiet smile brushing his face. It's patient, not omnipotent. It can't touch what is deliberate, what is remembered, what is observed. The deep core pulsed again, more distinctly this time. Shapes flickered within it, fragments of worlds, echoes of moments. Some were familiar, memories Rick hadn't realized he'd buried, and some were entirely alien. Yet each shifted subtly when, touched by presence, folding around the deliberate care they offered, she whispered, "It's like a reflection. It responds to us but doesn't consume." "Exactly," Rick said softly. "Observation, attention, presence. That's how you shape it. That's how you survive it. Not by force, not by fleeing, just existing deliberately." For a long while they stood there, hands hovering over the pulse of the core, letting the lattice breathe around them. Shadows and echoes folded gently, light rippling across half-formed memories. The hum became less of a warning, more of a lullaby, a rhythm, soft and persistent, wrapping the impossible space in quiet acceptance. Rick's gaze drifted across the fragments, faces, places, moments. Some he recognized from lifetimes ago, some he had never known. And yet, in each, he felt the shard's restraint. Subtle, patient, a quiet acknowledgement of their deliberate existence. He let a thought drift into the lattice, not spoken, not broadcast, just intended. A gentle recognition, observation, presence. And the shard responded, not with action, but with reflection. Subtle, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. She tilted her head, watching the delicate movement of light and shadow. "It's teaching us. Without words, without force, just presence," Rick nodded slowly. "Every construct, every fragment, every pulse, it's a rule. And the rule is this: deliberate existence shapes even the impossible." They moved, their hands slightly, letting the echoes respond. The lattice pulsed with acknowledgement, the hum rising and falling like a tide. And in that, Rick realized something rare. Not victory, not even understanding, but hope. Fragile, quiet, persistent. "Step by step," he whispered. "Pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's how we navigate it. That's how we influence it. That's how we survive." She nodded, echoing his words internally, matching her presence with his, their deliberate synchronization, bending the lattice around them just enough to create calm. And in that moment, Rick felt the shard's awareness fold slightly. Not submission, not defeat, just recognition. Observation matched by observation. Presence met by presence. And for the first time, the impossible weight of the core didn't feel like a threat. He exhaled slowly, letting the tension melt out of his chest. "It's not about fighting," he said quietly. "Not about running. Not about domination. Just existing, carefully, deliberately, together." She smiled faintly, the warm curve of her lips almost catching the light of the lattice. "Then we keep moving, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." Rick tilted his head. "Exactly, that's the language, that's the rhythm, that's everything." For a long while, they simply existed there, hands near the core, hearts steady, minds quiet, letting observation, attention, and presence form their own quiet dialogue with the impossible force around them. And somewhere deep in the lattice, in the pulse of the core, in the hum that had been insistent from the moment they entered, the shard responded, not with attack, not with claim, but with acknowledgement, recognition of deliberate, present existence. Rick exhaled, soft and slow, letting the lattice, the hum, the half-formed constructs all fold gently around them in understanding. Not victory, not finality, just acknowledgement, presence, connection, quiet survival. He looked at her, and she met his gaze. No words were needed. Just presence, just acknowledgement, just being deliberately, quietly together. And somewhere in the lattice, the core pulsed softly, a heartbeat of impossibility, recognizing the deliberate rhythm of those who had walked carefully, patiently, and with attention. Rick allowed himself a small, private exhale. Not triumph, not relief, just presence, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And with that, he understood. This was the rhythm they could carry beyond the shard, into the worlds that waited, into memories yet unclaimed, into the quiet spaces where observation and presence mattered more than force ever could. The lattice bent gently, shadows folding, constructs pulsing softly, and the hum softened to a lullaby that wrapped around them both. Rick looked at her one last time in that corridor, nodding faintly. We're ready to move forward, not to conquer, not to flee, just to exist deliberately. She smiled, echoing presence with her own. Together. And somewhere in the core of the shard, recognition rippled quietly, a whisper without words, a heartbeat of understanding. They stepped back slowly, corridor holding, lattice bending just enough to preserve calm. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And with that, they began to walk toward the next fragment of the lattice, toward whatever lay beyond, carrying the quiet rhythm of deliberate existence with them. The corridor stretched ahead, folding gently, in ways the mind could only half recognize. Rick and she walked slowly, deliberately, letting the pulse of the shard's domain guide their rhythm rather than force it. Each step was measured, each breath soft, like a lullaby against the hum of impossibility. They moved through spaces where memory and presence intertwined, fragments of worlds half-formed, echoes of beings long gone, shadows of events that had never happened. Each pulse of the lattice responded to their deliberate existence, bending just enough to allow them to pass without resistance. Rick glanced at her. It's remarkable, he said softly. Not the shard, not the constructs, not even this corridor, but the way observation shapes it, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's the rhythm of survival here, she nodded, letting her gaze drift over the flickering fragments. And it feels almost gentle in its own way. The impossible becomes manageable when you exist deliberately. Rick smiled faintly. Exactly. We don't fight, we don't flee, we just notice, exist, influence carefully. The lattice pulsed with a faint resonance, echoing their presence. Some constructs responded immediately, bending slightly toward the corridor, as if drawn by their deliberate movement. Others folded inward, shyly, uncertain if they were allowed to exist alongside beings like Rick and her. Rick crouched to observe a fragment hovering just above the floor. A small, delicate city, streets folding upon themselves in ways that defied reason, lights flickering like memories trying to hold their shape. See this? He murmured. It reacts to acknowledgement, to recognition. That's how we influence it. No force, just attention. She leaned closer, her hand hovering above the fragment. like a conversation without words, a negotiation.
Of existence, Rick nodded. Exactly. The shard doesn't need to dominate, it only needs to be acknowledged.
And if we exist deliberately, that acknowledgement doesn't have to be ownership. That's the balance. That's the rhythm. They moved forward together, past fragments of forests caught in eternal twilight, oceans frozen mid-wave, skies that shimmered with impossible colors. Each construct responded differently, subtle shifts and pulses showing the edges of the shard's reach. Rick exhaled softly. Every fragment, every echo, every half-formed world, it has a rhythm. And the rhythm responds to us. Observation matters more than action here. Presence matters more than force. She smiled faintly. Then we're learning its language. Yes, Rick said, voice quiet. And that language isn't spoken, it's breathed, felt, observed. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by
presence. That's how we communicate. They walked through a space that shimmered like water, reflections folding into themselves.
Constructs of memories drifted lazily through the lattice, faces, places, moments, all responding to their deliberate rhythm. Rick extended his hand slightly, letting the calibrator pulse softly in sync with the fragments. The lattice bent.
Around them, the constructs pulsing gently in acknowledgement. Every construct is like a note in a song, he murmured. And if we listen, really listen, we can play with it without breaking it. She glanced at him, her expression soft.
And that's what we're doing, not controlling, not claiming, just participating in the rhythm. Rick nodded. Exactly. The shard responds when it recognizes deliberate, patient presence, not force, not reaction, just existence. They moved forward, letting the corridor unfold around them. Shadows bent, constructs pulsed, and the hum of the lattice deepened into a soft, resonant vibration that wrapped around their awareness. It was neither threatening nor entirely welcoming, but it was alive, responsive, negotiable. Rick exhaled, slowly. I've always said you can't fight the impossible with strength. You have to meet it where it is, understand its limits, and move deliberately.
That's the rhythm of survival. That's the rhythm of influence. She smiled faintly, reaching out to brush against a fragment of forest caught mid-sway. And it feels almost peaceful in its own strange way. Rick allowed himself a rare, quiet smile. It does. Not triumph, not victory, just presence, just acknowledgement, just existing deliberately, pulse by pulse, fragment by fragment, step by step. The corridor bent again, leading them to a wider space where the
lattice pulsed more distinctly, a central rhythm resonating through the constructs. Faces, cities, forests, skies. Each moved subtly in response to their deliberate attention. The shard was aware, but it no longer tested aggressively. It only listened. Rick exhaled, letting a quiet thought drift into the lattice. We exist deliberately. We are present. We are together. The hum shifted slightly, a ripple of acknowledgement washing across the space. Not domination, not surrender, just recognition. She looked at him, her gaze soft. We're shaping it. Not by force, not by claim, just by existing deliberately. Rick nodded. Exactly. And somewhere in that quiet rhythm, we learn its limits. We see where presence can influence, where attention matters more than power, where observation can bend what seems impossible. They moved forward together, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The lattice adjusted around them, constructs pulsing softly, shadows bending gently. The rhythm of the shard's domain, once overwhelming and impossible, now felt navigable. Rick exhaled slowly, letting the quiet presence of the lattice wash over him. It's not about control, not about victory, just attention, observation, presence, step by step, fragment by fragment, pulse by pulse. She reached out to his hand briefly, a simple touch that anchored them both in the rhythm of deliberate existence. "Together," she whispered. "Together?" Rick echoed, voice quiet, reflective, and somewhere in the lattice, deep in the folds of the shard's domain, a soft acknowledgement rippled through the constructs, a recognition without words, a whisper without sound. Presence met presence, observation met observation, and the impossible weight of the shard, vast and shifting, became something they could move within without fear, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And with that rhythm, they continued forward, deeper into the lattice, carrying with them the quiet understanding that deliberate existence, careful attention, and shared presence could shape even the most impossible spaces. The lattice twisted softly around them, folding and unfolding like a living sigh. Rick and she moved, slowly, deliberately, letting the pulse of the shard's domain dictate the rhythm rather than resist it. Shadows shifted gently, fragments of memory flickering in the half-light, reflecting moments long past or imagined, half-formed, yet strangely familiar. Rick's gaze lingered on a fragment of a city, streets bending in impossible ways, streetlights flickering like fleeting thoughts. "Every construct," he murmured, "is a reflection. Not just of the shard, but of everything it has touched, every memory it has absorbed, every moment it has observed." She glanced at him, expression soft. "Then we're walking through echoes, echoes of worlds, of lives, of everything it has known." "Exactly," Rick said quietly. "And here's the thing, echoes respond to acknowledgement. Observation matters, presence matters, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." They moved carefully through the corridor. Fragments of forest swayed, oceans shimmered in impossible colors, skies folded over themselves. Each construct responded differently, bending gently when noticed, folding slightly when approached too abruptly. The shard was listening, aware but not aggressive. It was, reflective. Rick crouched near a small fragment of a home, light spilling. Through a twisted window, half-familiar furniture floating in soft disarray. He let his hand hover above it, calibrator pulsing faintly in sync with the lattice. "See that?" he whispered. "It's fragile, half-formed, but it responds when we exist deliberately, when we acknowledge its presence without claiming it." She leaned closer, hand hovering just above a flickering garden. "Like we're part of a conversation without words, a dialogue of presence." Rick nodded. "Exactly, and that's how we influence the shard without forcing it. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Observation becomes the language." They moved past fragments of oceans, cities, skies, forests, each more delicate than the last. The hum of the lattice thickened, pulsing like a heartbeat, wrapping around them softly. Shadows bent in gentle arcs, constructs shifting slightly, as if breathing with acknowledgement. Rick exhaled slowly. "It's teaching us without words, without force, not instruction, not threat, just reflection. Every fragment, every pulse, every movement teaches us the rules, the limits, the rhythm. She watched a fragment of a star field fold in on itself, constellations bending as though uncertain if they could exist alongside them. Then the shard itself is learning from us, in a way, she whispered, or at least responding to deliberate presence, Rick said softly. Either way, the rhythm is what matters. The step-by-step, pulse-by-pulse, presence-by-presence rhythm. They paused in a wider space. Here, the constructs were larger, more complex, entire landscapes of half-formed memories captured in delicate lattices of shadow and light. Faces flickered in fleeting echoes, cities bent under impossible gravity, rivers paused mid-flow. Each responded to observation, bending subtly, pulsing gently, acknowledging deliberate presence. Rick crouched, letting the calibrator pulse, in harmony with all nearby constructs. "Notice this," he whispered. "None of it attacks, none of—"
It claims. Each reacts to attention, to presence, to observation. That's the key, that's the rhythm.
She smiled faintly, letting her own presence ripple outward, echoing across the lattice. The constructs responded immediately, edges softening, corners aligning, light folding gently across surfaces. And in that quiet interaction, the impossible weight of the shard's domain felt almost navigable. Rick exhaled, letting the moment settle. It's not about power, not about control, not even about understanding everything, just presence, observation, awareness, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. She reached out, touching a fragment of a forest with a hand that trembled only slightly. And in doing this, we leave something behind, a gentle imprint, a mark of deliberate existence. Exactly, Rick said, voice soft. We can't claim it, we can't dominate it, but we can influence it, not by force, not by reaction, but by simply existing deliberately, together. The corridor shifted again, leading them into a more intimate space where the lattice pulsed, with a quieter, warmer rhythm. Shadows moved like slow breaths, constructs reflecting moments of laughter, sorrow, love, loss. Rick felt the pulse of the shard more keenly here. Not aggressive, not hostile, but deeply aware, he exhaled slowly. Every construct is a fragment of memory, and memory bends when acknowledged. Every echo we touch responds. Every moment we recognize reshapes the impossible just a little. She glanced at him, her gaze soft but steady. Then we continue. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick nodded. Together. And that's what matters. Not control, not victory, not understanding everything. Just deliberate existence together. They moved slowly through the corridor, past fragments of worlds half-remembered, echoes of beings long gone. The lattice responded gently, folding, pulsing, acknowledging. Shadows softened, light rippled, and in the quiet, Rick allowed himself to notice the subtle beauty of it all, the impossibility, the fragility, the delicate balance of presence and acknowledgement. He exhaled again, softly. It's not just about surviving, it's about leaving an imprint, quiet, deliberate, pulse by pulse, step by step, presence by presence. She reached for his hand, their fingers brushing lightly, anchoring each other in the rhythm of careful existence. And that's how we navigate it. That's how we influence it. That's how we survive. Rick smiled faintly, letting the lattice, the hum, and the constructs fold gently around them. Exactly. Not by fighting, not by fleeing, not by dominating. Just existing deliberately, observing carefully, being present, together. The corridor stretched forward, shadows bending, constructs pulsing softly, the lattice humming like a lullaby. The shard's domain, vast and impossible, no longer.
Felt threatening, not fully, not here.
Not when presence met presence, observation met acknowledgement, and deliberate existence shaped the rhythm of what was otherwise uncontrollable, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And with that they continued forward, deeper into the lattice, carrying with them the quiet understanding that deliberate attention, gentle observation, and shared presence could influence even the most impossible constructs. The corridor had grown quieter, not silent, but softened. The hum of the lattice now a gentle heartbeat rather than a warning. Rick and she walked side by side, each step measured, each breath deliberate, letting the pulse of the shard's domain set the rhythm. Around them, fragments of worlds flickered softly, half-formed and delicate. Forests frozen in mid-sway, oceans paused mid-wave, cities bending impossibly, faces shimmering with ephemeral awareness. Each construct responded to deliberate presence, folding gently, pulsing subtly, acknowledging their careful existence. Rick exhaled slowly. "Every construct is a thread," he murmured, "a thread of memory, of thought, of existence. And when we walk through them deliberately, we weave ourselves quietly into the lattice." She glanced at him, eyes reflecting the faint glow of the fragments, like leaving gentle footprints without disturbing the path. "Exactly," Rick said softly, not altering anything drastically, not claiming it, just being present, observing, influencing subtly, pulse by pulse, step by step, presence by presence. They moved through a space where the fragments grew more intimate, more personal. Faces of beings long gone hovered at the edges, moments of quiet laughter, fleeting sorrow, glimpses of love and loss. The lattice pulsed in acknowledgement, resonating with their deliberate rhythm. Rick crouched near a fragment that flickered faintly, half of a memory barely held together. A small child chasing a butterfly through a sunlit garden. "See that?" he whispered. "Fragile, almost gone. But it responds when we notice it, when we honor its existence without taking it." She reached out, letting her presence ripple across the fragment. The lattice responded, edges softening, light folding, gently around the child.
It's alive in a way. Not fully, not entirely, but it feels real when we see it. Rick nodded, letting a faint smile brush his lips. Observation matters more than action here. Attention more than force. Presence more than ownership.
And that's the rhythm of survival and understanding. They walked on, step by step, through fragments of laughter, echoes of conversation, shadows of events half remembered. Each pulse of the lattice matched their deliberate presence, bending, folding, acknowledging without judgment or threat. She glanced at a fragment of a small village, streets twisted but faintly familiar. Every memory, every echo, it's like it's waiting for recognition, waiting for acknowledgement. Rick exhaled softly. Exactly. And acknowledgement doesn't mean possession, just presence. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's the rhythm we carry into this space. That's the rhythm we leave behind. The corridor bent gently, leading them into a more expansive area where the lattice pulsed in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. Shadows and constructs shimmered, fragments of worlds folding gently upon themselves. Rick adjusted the calibrator, letting it hum softly in harmony with the surrounding constructs. "Each fragment tells a story," he whispered. "And if we listen carefully, if we observe deliberately, we become part of that story. Not as owners, not as conquerors, but as participants in a rhythm that spans time, memory, and thought. She watched the lattice fold around them, constructs responding with subtle pulses. Then this journey isn't just about surviving, it's about weaving ourselves into something larger, quietly, carefully, thoughtfully. Rick nodded, letting the hum wash over him. Exactly. It's about legacy. Not the flashy kind, not victories or titles, but the subtle presence that shapes what persists. Observed deliberately, remembered quietly, felt without force. They moved through fragments of laughter, half-formed landscapes, fleeting faces, each pulse of the lattice a gentle acknowledgement of their deliberate existence. Shadows bent, light folded, and the hum became a lullaby, threading through the space, soft and persistent. Rick paused near a fragment of a library, shelves bending impossibly, books hovering mid-air. He let the calibrator resonate with the space. "Look at this," he murmured. "Every memory, every construct, every pulse, it's waiting for recognition, waiting for someone to notice without taking, to exist deliberately without claiming. That's how we survive here. That's how we influence it." She smiled faintly, brushing a hand across a flickering book. "Then we leave gentle imprints, quiet echoes, threads of presence that carry forward." Rick exhaled slowly. "Exactly. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Every
Acknowledgement matters. Every quiet presence matters. And together we weave threads of memory into something the shard can acknowledge but not dominate."
They continued through the corridor, deeper into the lattice, past fragments of worlds half-remembered, echoes of beings long gone, constructs flickering with delicate recognition. The hum of the lattice pulsed softly, wrapping around them, guiding them with quiet insistence. Rick let a thought drift into the lattice. We exist deliberately. We are present. We are together. The constructs pulsed in response, a gentle acknowledgement washing through the space. Shadows softened, light rippled, the impossible weight of the shard's domain became slightly more navigable, slightly more human. She reached out, touching, his hand briefly, anchoring each other in the rhythm of careful existence.
"Together," she whispered. "Together," Rick echoed. And somewhere in the lattice, recognition rippled without sound, acknowledgement without words. Presence met presence, observation met recognition, and the impossible space of the shards.
Domain became something they could inhabit without fear. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick exhaled slowly, letting the quiet rhythms settle around them. Not victory, not conquest, not complete understanding, just acknowledgement, presence, connection, the subtle, fragile threads of memory, weaving quietly through the impossible lattice. And with that rhythm, they continued forward, deeper into the lattice, carrying with them the understanding that deliberate attention, gentle observation, and shared presence could influence even the most impossible constructs, leaving quiet threads of memory and existence that might ripple through the lattice long after they had passed. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The lattice had begun to feel more like a home than a labyrinth. Shadows softened as if welcoming them, fragments pulsed gently in acknowledgement of their presence, and the hum of the shard no longer pressed or tested. Instead, it sang, a quiet, resonant song threading through corridors, fragments, and impossible spaces. Rick walked slowly, hands tucked into pockets, eyes tracing the shifting outlines of half-formed landscapes. He exhaled softly, letting the rhythm of the lattice wash over him. "You know," he murmured, almost to himself. I've spent a lot of time running from things I could never fix, from universes I couldn't control. And here, it feels like maybe I don't have to. She glanced at him, her expression gentle but knowing. Maybe that's the rhythm you've been missing. Not running, not controlling, just existing deliberately, observing quietly, and acknowledging without claiming. Rick's lips curved faintly in a half-smile. Exactly. Pulse by pulse, step by step, presence by presence, and empathy. There's a rhythm there too, not force, not reaction, but quiet understanding. The corridor bent gently, revealing fragments of worlds suffused with memory. A small child laughing under impossibly twisted trees, a city square frozen mid-conversation, a river paused mid-splash. Each responded to the calm, deliberate acknowledgement they offered. Rick crouched beside a flickering fragment of a park, light folding across it like a tender breath. "See this?" he whispered. "These fragments, they respond not to power, not to fear, but to attention, to acknowledgement, to presence." She knelt beside him, her hand hovering over the fragment. Then the quietest hearts can leave the most lasting impressions. Even here. Even in the impossible. Rick nodded slowly, letting the pulse of the lattice resonate with the moment. It's funny, I spent so much time believing the loudest, the fastest, the strongest shapes the universe. But here, the quietest, the most deliberate, the most empathetic, that's what endures. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The lattice pulsed softly, shadows bending in gentle arcs, constructs folding subtly around them, acknowledging their quiet presence. Rick exhaled, feeling the resonance deep in his chest. It's not about conquest, not about knowledge, not even about surviving in the traditional sense. It's about connection and understanding and leaving a quiet mark without taking anything from what exists. She smiled faintly. Then the shard isn't just a test.
It's a mirror, showing us what matters, showing us what we carry quietly inside ourselves. Rick tilted his head, letting a soft laugh escape him. Yeah, a mirror. Not harsh, not cruel, just reflective. And when you exist deliberately,
when you observe, when you acknowledge, it reflects back something meaningful, something lasting. They moved forward, past fragments of half-formed cities, forests, rivers and skies. Shadows bent, light rippled, and constructs responded, subtly, acknowledging their deliberate rhythm. Each pulse of the lattice reinforced what Rick had begun to understand: presence, empathy, attention. These were as powerful as any weapon, as enduring as any conquest. He reached out to touch a fragment of a small library, books floating mid-air, half-written stories suspended in light. "Look at this," he whispered. "Every echo here, every memory, every pulse. It's delicate. And yet, it persists because someone noticed it, someone acknowledged it, someone was present." She placed her hand lightly on the fragment. "Then our presence matters. Even in the impossible, even in what seems too vast to touch." Rick exhaled slowly. "Exactly. That's the rhythm of quiet influence, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Recognition without taking, empathy without claim, attention without expectation." They continued walking, letting the corridor fold around them gently. Fragments of laughter, sorrow, love, and loss flickered along the edges, responding to their quiet acknowledgement. Rick felt the weight of impossibility lessen slightly. Not gone, not conquered, but softened by the deliberate rhythm they carried with them. He paused, looking at her. You know, the quiet heart is stronger than I ever believed, stronger than any weapon, stronger than any intellect, stronger than any clever trick I've ever pulled. She smiled softly. It doesn't need to be loud, just consistent, just deliberate, just present. Rick nodded, letting the words settle in the gentle hum of the lattice. Presence, empathy, observation, and together. That's what matters.
Not victory, not understanding everything, just existing deliberately, quietly, and leaving gentle traces behind.
They moved through another corridor, fragments of worlds reflecting their rhythm, bending gently under the weight of acknowledgement. Shadows folded, light shimmered, and constructs pulsed softly as if breathing along with them. Rick exhaled again, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's all it takes. And that's enough. It's always been enough. And maybe that's the quietest, strongest lesson of all. She reached out, brushing his hand with hers, anchoring, both of them in the rhythm of careful existence. Together, she whispered. Together, Rick echoed, voice soft, reflective, carrying the gentle weight of understanding. The corridor stretched onward, winding, folding, pulsing, but it no longer felt threatening. The lattice responded to their deliberate presence with acknowledgement, not test, reflection, not judgment. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick exhaled slowly, letting the hum of the lattice fill his chest, his mind, his awareness. The quiet heart, he murmured, isn't just surviving, it's noticing, acknowledging, connecting, leaving gentle traces that echo even in the impossible. That's the rhythm, that's the strength, that's the lesson. She smiled faintly, letting the quiet acknowledgement ripple outward. And we carry it forward. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick nodded. Exactly, and maybe that's all anyone ever needs. Not conquest, not control, not understanding everything, just quiet attention, empathy, presence, and the courage to exist deliberately in the world, no matter how impossible it seems. And somewhere in the lattice, in the shards' impossible folds, acknowledgement rippled quietly. Presence met presence. Observation met recognition. And the impossible weight of the domain softened just enough to carry the quiet heartbeat of understanding, empathy, and deliberate existence, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And with that rhythm, Rick and she continued forward, deeper into the lattice, carrying the quiet strength of the heart, the subtle power of empathy, and the enduring rhythm of deliberate, shared presence. The lattice stretched ahead like a river frozen mid-flow, fragments of half-formed worlds shimmering softly, caught between motion and stillness. Rick and she walked slowly, deliberately, letting the pulse of the shard's domain guide their rhythm. Every step was careful, every breath measured, a quiet acknowledgement of the impossible space around them. Rick exhaled, letting the soft hum of the lattice settle into his chest. You know, he murmured, voice low, almost a whisper. I've spent so much time leaving chaos in my wake, thinking it meant something. But, maybe the real imprint isn't loud at all. Maybe it's
quiet, subtle, something you leave without even realizing it.
She glanced at him, eyes reflecting the soft glow of nearby fragments. The quietest traces, the ones that survive, that ripple outward long after we've passed. Exactly, Rick said softly. Pulse by pulse, step by step, presence by presence, those are the ripples that actually matter. They moved through a space where half-formed skies dripped slowly into suspended oceans, forests hovered mid-breeze, and cities bent impossibly upon themselves. Every fragment responded to the rhythm of their deliberate presence. Edges softened, light rippled, shadows bent in gentle acknowledgement. Rick crouched near a fragment of a small park, where a child chased an impossibly slow butterfly across frozen grass. "Look at this," he murmured. "It's fragile, almost imperceptible. But if you notice it, if you acknowledge it, it persists. And maybe that's enough. Maybe noticing is enough." She placed her hand gently above the fragment. "Then the ripples we leave are in how we observe, in how we exist deliberately, in how we care quietly, even when no one else sees." Rick nodded slowly. "Exactly. Observation, acknowledgement, presence, not domination, not understanding everything, just existing deliberately. That's the rhythm that matters." They moved forward, past fragments of half-remembered laughter, frozen conversations, fleeting faces caught in impossible light. Each responded subtly, pulsing in harmony with their presence. The shard no longer tested them, no longer pressed. It merely reflected, absorbed, and acknowledged. Rick exhaled again. Every construct, every fragment, it's waiting for acknowledgement. And when we notice, we leave ripples, subtle, quiet, but persistent. She smiled faintly, letting her hand ripple through a fragment of a small library, books floating mid-air as pages shimmered. Then our presence shapes more than just this moment. It shapes echoes, memories, possibilities, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. "Exactly," Rick said. "That's the lesson here. Not power, not victory, not mastery. Just presence, awareness, quiet acknowledgement. The ripples of what we leave behind matter more than anything we think we control." The corridor bent gently, leading them into a more expansive space where the fragments were larger, more complex. Cities bent under impossible gravity, forests folded like pages, oceans shimmered with impossible colors. And yet the lattice responded, gently, shadows softening, constructs pulsing with acknowledgement of deliberate attention. Rick let the calibrator pulse softly in harmony with the lattice. "See that?" he whispered. "Even here, even in the impossible, the smallest presence matters. Every quiet ripple matters. Every observation leaves an echo. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." She watched, letting her own presence ripple outward. The fragments responded immediately, folding slightly, edges softening, light shimmering across half-formed landscapes. Then the impossible
Isn't absolute. It can bend, it can acknowledge, it can even respond to care. Rick nodded, feeling the weight of impossibility ease slightly in the quiet acknowledgement of presence.
Exactly. That's the rhythm we carry beyond the lattice. That's the ripple we leave in every space, in every moment, in every memory. They continued walking deeper into the lattice, past fragments of laughter, sorrow, love, and loss. The hum pulsed gently, the constructs folded softly, the shadows bent with quiet grace. And somewhere in the rhythm, Rick felt a rare, quiet certainty. That deliberate presence, careful observation, and shared attention could influence even the most impossible spaces. Rick paused beside a fragment of a small starfield, constellations, suspended mid-shimmer. He let the calibrator pulse in sync with the light. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, that's all it takes. And that's enough. It always has been enough. She reached out, brushing his hand lightly,
anchoring them both in the quiet rhythm.
"Together," she whispered. "Together," Rick echoed, The corridor stretched forward, winding gently, the lattice folding around them in response to their deliberate, shared presence. Fragments pulsed, shadows softened, and light shimmered in delicate arcs. The shard's weight, vast and impossible, felt less oppressive, softened by quiet acknowledgement, careful observation, and deliberate existence. Rick exhaled slowly, letting the hum fill him.
It's not about controlling, not about conquering, not even about fully understanding, just being present, observing, acknowledging, leaving ripples that persist quietly. That's what matters. She smiled faintly, letting the acknowledgement ripple outward.
And we carry it forward, every moment, every step, every pulse. Presence shapes everything. Rick nodded, letting the hum of the lattice settle into a soft, resonant rhythm that echoed quietly in his chest. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's the rhythm of care. That's the rhythm of quiet influence. That's the rhythm of legacy, even in the impossible. They moved forward, deeper into the lattice, carrying the understanding that even the smallest, quietest ripples, deliberate acknowledgement, careful observation, empathetic presence, could shape spaces, moments, and fragments of worlds beyond immediate perception. Rick exhaled once more, softly, letting the rhythm wash over him. Not loud, not forceful, not urgent, just careful, deliberate presence. That's the strength, that's the lesson, that's enough. She reached out, brushing his hand again, anchoring them in shared rhythm.
Together, she whispered, echoing the quiet truth of their journey. Together, Rick said, softly, with a warmth that lingered in the spaces around them. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And with that, they continued, onward, deeper into the lattice, carrying the quiet heartbeat of deliberate attention, empathetic observation, and shared presence.
The ripples they left would persist, softly, gently, in ways no one could immediately see, but always there, subtle, enduring, and quietly powerful. The lattice had grown quieter still. The hum was soft now, a steady heartbeat beneath the impossible, expanse like a lullaby for the vast and fractured world surrounding them. Shadows bent gently, constructs pulsed softly, and every fragment, forest, city, ocean, star, seemed to exhale with them as they moved deliberately through the corridors. Rick walked slowly, allowing the rhythm of the space to carry him.
You know, he murmured, voice soft and reflective, we've left so many echoes already. Some visible, some invisible. Some that shimmer in these fragments, some that drift further out than we could ever imagine. And maybe that's the point. Not to see them, not to claim them, just to leave them. She glanced at him, the glow of half-formed worlds reflecting in her eyes. The gentle traces we leave behind, even in the impossible, they persist. Even when no one notices. Exactly, Rick said quietly.
Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, that's how echoes linger. That's how our quiet influence reaches beyond the immediate, not by force, not by reaction, just by being deliberate, careful, present. They moved past a fragment of a sun-drenched meadow where half-formed flowers hovered in slow rotation. A small bird, impossible in shape, yet familiar in motion, fluttered gently. The lattice pulsed in response to their acknowledgement, shadows bending to cradle the delicate constructs. Rick crouched beside the meadow, letting his hand hover above it. See this? It's fragile, almost gone, but it responds when we notice it. When we honor its existence without taking it, and in that response is how we leave an echo that endures. She placed her hand lightly above the flowers. Then the quietest traces, attention, care, presence, are the strongest. They persist where force could never reach. Rick nodded, exhaling slowly. Observation matters more than action. Here. Acknowledgement more than conquest. Presence more than power. And that's the rhythm we carry into every space we touch. The corridor stretched onward, bending gently around them. Cities suspended mid-collapse folded softly in response. To their deliberate rhythm, oceans shimmered in impossible colors, and forests swayed even without wind. Every fragment pulsed gently, as if breathing alongside them. Rick's voice softened further. Every echo we leave, every fragment we acknowledge, it's a gentle reminder that deliberate existence matters, that careful attention, empathy, and shared presence leave ripples that persist. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. She smiled faintly, letting her hand ripple through a fragment of a small library. Books floated mid-air, pages suspended mid-flutter. The impossible isn't beyond influence. It bends when met with quiet attention. When we exist deliberately, carefully. When we carry care like a whisper through the lattice. Rick exhaled, feeling the quiet weight of the shard's domain soften under the rhythm of deliberate presence. Exactly. Not victory, not mastery, not control. Just presence, observation, acknowledgement, leaving gentle echoes without expectation, and that's enough. They moved forward, deeper into the lattice. Half-formed landscapes of laughter, sorrow, love, and loss flickered along the edges, each fragment pulsing softly with acknowledgement. The lattice no longer tested them, it only reflected their deliberate rhythm, folding, bending, and shimmering. In response, Rick paused near a fragment of a small star field. Constellations paused mid-shimmer. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's the rhythm of influence, the rhythm of care. Not loud, not forceful, not urgent, just quiet, deliberate acknowledgement. And that endures. She reached out, brushing his hand lightly, anchoring both of them in the gentle rhythm. Together, she whispered. Together, Rick echoed, the words carrying softly in the lattice, a quiet affirmation of shared presence, deliberate observation, and empathetic acknowledgement. They moved past fragments of oceans, forests, cities, and skies, each reacting subtly to their deliberate rhythm. Shadows bent, constructs pulsed, light shimmered across half-formed landscapes. And somewhere in the lattice, acknowledgement rippled quietly, recognition without sound, reflection without judgment. Rick exhaled once more. The quiet heart leaves the strongest echoes. The deliberate observer leaves ripples where force cannot. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And in that rhythm, we find connection. We leave legacy. We create meaning without claiming it. She smiled faintly, letting her presence ripple outward. The impossible becomes navigable, not by domination, but by care, by attention, by shared presence. Every ripple matters even when unseen. Rick nodded, letting the hum of the lattice resonate in his chest. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's how we survive. That's how we influence. That's how we leave echoes that matter. And maybe that's all anyone ever needs. They continued walking, deeper into the lattice, past fragments of memories half-formed, echoes of laughter and sorrow, faces both familiar and strange. The shard's vast weight softened under the gentle rhythm of deliberate presence. Not conquered, not fully understood, but acknowledged, reflected, responding softly to careful observation. Rick exhaled slowly, letting the hum fill him, soft and persistent.
It's not about power, not about understanding everything, not about conquest, just presence, observation, acknowledgement, quiet echoes that ripple outward, and that's enough. She reached for his hand, anchoring both of them in the gentle rhythm. Together, she whispered again, softly. Together, Rick echoed. The corridor stretched onward, winding gently, the lattice folding around them in response to their deliberate, shared presence.
Fragments pulsed, shadows softened, and light shimmered in delicate arcs. The shard's weight, vast and impossible, was softened by the rhythm of acknowledgement, careful observation, and deliberate existence. Rick exhaled slowly, voice soft. Every echo we leave, every pulse we share, every deliberate step we take, it matters, even when unseen, even in the impossible. That's the legacy of presence. That's the strength of quiet care. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. She smiled faintly, letting acknowledgement ripple outward. And we carry it forward. Every fragment, every pulse, every echo. Presence shapes everything, Rick nodded, letting the hum settle into a soft, resonant rhythm that lingered quietly in his chest. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's the rhythm of care. That's the rhythm of influence. That's the rhythm of quiet legacy, even here. Even in the impossible. And with that they continued forward, deeper into the lattice, carrying the quiet strength of deliberate attention, empathetic observation, and shared presence. The gentle echoes they left would persist, softly and subtly, in ways beyond immediate perception, enduring, fragile, yet quietly powerful, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The corridor narrowed now, not with hostility but with intimacy. The lattice's vast expanse had begun folding into smaller spaces, as though the shard itself wished to speak in a whisper rather than a shout. Rick walked slower, his footsteps a soft counterpoint to the hum beneath them. Every turn brought them into spaces less like alien constructs and more like personal memories, fragments not just of worlds but of moments. A hallway bloomed into a kitchen table under warm yellow light. A cup of coffee steamed gently. A folded newspaper lay untouched. The air was thick with the scent of something simple, something ordinary, something human. Rick stood at the threshold, unmoving. "This isn't mine," he said softly. "Not exactly, but it feels close enough to hurt." She stepped beside him. "The shard doesn't just keep places, it keeps feelings. The weight of moments, not exact, but true enough to make you pause." Rick's eyes lingered on the coffee, on the way the steam curled. "It's dangerous how well it does this. You could get lost in here, lost in things. You almost remember. They didn't step inside. The moment wasn't theirs to inhabit. Instead, they moved on, letting it fade behind them, a quiet acknowledgement without possession. The next space was stranger. A half-finished lab, tools scattered, a whiteboard frozen mid-equation. The smell of solder hung in the air. A chair lay toppled as though someone had left in haste. Rick's shoulders tightened, but his voice remained steady. "Not mine either. But I've left places like this. I've walked away mid-thought, mid-project, and never come back. Somewhere out there, echoes of those unfinished rooms are still waiting." She touched the edge of the workbench, tracing the grain of the wood. "Do you ever want to go back?" Rick let the question hang in the still air. "Sometimes. But I think the going back would break the echo. It's only whole in its incompleteness. The corridor shifted again, and now they were standing in a fragment that wasn't a room at all, i.e. just a night sky. Not infinite, but close. Stars glimmered in slow motion, a pale moon hung low, and the horizon bled into a calm darkness. Here, Rick paused longer. "You ever notice?" he murmured. "How some skies feel like they're watching you back?" She tilted her head. "And listening." "Yeah," Rick said, his voice almost lost in the vast quiet. "Like they're keeping every word you never said out loud, every thought you thought was gone, and maybe they don't judge it. Maybe they just hold it." They stood together in that still sky until the lattice pulled them forward once more. The spaces came quicker now. A candle-lit stairwell with no visible top or bottom, a street where rain fell but never touched the ground, a mirror that reflected not the present but a younger version of whoever stood before it. Rick lingered.
At the mirror.
His reflection was younger, sharper, eyes less tired. It was a version of himself who had not yet made certain deals, not yet walked certain paths. He didn't reach for the glass. "You can't talk to him," he said, to no one in particular. "Even if you could, you wouldn't know what to say. Because everything you've got to tell him he wouldn't be ready to hear." She stood beside him, her reflection altered too. Not younger, but softer, as though the weight she carried now had not yet settled. They moved on, the lattice's hum grew lower, almost like a steady heartbeat under the floor. Rick glanced at her. "The shard's easing up. We're close to the center now. You can feel it, right?" She nodded. "But it's not heavy, it's gentle." "Yeah." "Which means it's either trusting us or watching how we act when—"
It's not pushing. The corridor opened into a room that was neither grand nor strange, just lived in. A worn sofa, a small stack of books, a blanket thrown carelessly over the armrest. The kind of place you'd walk into after a long day.
"And never think twice about." Rick lowered himself onto the sofa without hesitation. "This," he said, "might be the most dangerous fragment of all." She raised an eyebrow. "Because it's comfortable?" "Because it makes you think you could stay," Rick said. "And if you stayed, the lattice would fold over you like—"
A second skin, you'd vanish, but it would feel like resting. They sat in silence for a while. No hurry, no urgency. Just the quiet weight of a place that asked nothing from them. Eventually Rick stood, his voice softer than before. "We
"Keep moving. The shard's not done showing us what it thinks we should see." The corridor beyond was narrower still, and the fragments more fleeting. Flashes of laughter, a hand holding another, the outline of a figure disappearing into light. None lasted long enough to truly see. Rick's voice grew thoughtful. "These
are the things that slip away fastest. The moments you don't even realize you're in until they're gone. The lattice catches them, holds them in the seams, but you can't get them back. Not really."
She reached for his arm as they walked. "But you can carry them forward, even in pieces." Rick gave the smallest nod. "Yeah, you can carry the weight without letting it crush you. That's the trick." The hum deepened again, not ominous, but inevitable. Ahead, the corridor opened into a faint glow. Not blinding, not distant, just waiting. Rick exhaled, the sound almost a sigh. "That's the center. One last step." They didn't rush. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The same rhythm they had carried from the first moment they entered the lattice. The memories, the echoes, the fragments all lingered behind them, yet moved with them too, woven into the quiet of their pace. When they reached the edge of the light, Rick paused, glancing back once more at the fading corridor. Every fragment.
Back there. It's staying. We won't take them. We won't fix them. We'll just let them be. She smiled faintly. And that's how they last. Rick looked forward again, into the waiting glow. All right then, let's see what's left. And
Together they stepped inside. The glow ahead was soft, almost imperceptible, like the memory of a light long forgotten. Rick and she stepped forward slowly, letting the hum of the lattice settle around them. The fragments behind remained, flickering faintly as if watching them leave. The corridor widened into a circular chamber. Shadows and light interwove in it, gentle arcs forming delicate patterns on the impossibly smooth floor. At the center, a figure stood, still and silent. The last survivor of the council. Rick stopped, exhaling slowly. "Tea well," he said softly, almost to himself. "There, you are." The figure turned. Not menacing, not commanding, just present. Their eyes held the faint shimmer of worlds folded into memories, and yet there was no threat, only acknowledgement. "You made it," she whispered, her voice soft and steady, carrying no accusation, no expectation. Rick nodded, taking a deliberate step forward. "Yeah, took my time, had to make sure I remembered why I came." The survivor's presence pulsed softly, almost like a heartbeat in the quiet. Rick felt it echo in his chest. "You're smaller than I imagined," he admitted, voice low, "but somehow heavier, not in weight, just presence, gravity." The survivor's lips curled faintly into something like a smile. No words, just acknowledgement. Their gaze was patient, observing, inviting. Rick exhaled, letting the quiet hum of the chamber fill him. "I've done things," he murmured. "Things I can't fix. Things I've left behind. But I'm here now, and I want to understand." The survivor tilted their head slightly, a subtle gesture that carried centuries of observation. Then almost imperceptibly, the lattice responded. Fragments of distant memories rippling toward them, swirling faintly in the chamber. She reached for Rick's arm. "It's not about power," she said. "It's not about winning or losing, just presence, being here, and acknowledgement." Rick nodded. "Yeah, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, I get it." The survivor stepped closer, not threatening, not fast, just deliberate. Each movement seemed to fold the chamber slightly, bending light and shadow in quiet harmony. Rick noticed the fragments around them. Echoes of other council members, half-formed moments of debate, fleeting conversations, laughter, and sorrow. All responded to the survivor's calm presence. Rick exhaled softly. "You're holding them. Not controlling, not punishing, just holding." Waiting, the survivor's gaze softened, acknowledging without words. And Rick felt it. The quiet weight of responsibility, the deliberate care of someone who had seen everything fall, yet chose observation over reaction. He let the words slip out gently.
"I've done a lot of damage, a lot of running, a lot of chaos. But I'm not here to fight. I'm here to leave echoes. Gentle ones, ones that matter quietly. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And maybe...
"It's enough." The survivor's head tilted again, faintly, almost imperceptibly. The lattice hummed in response, acknowledging. The fragments pulsed gently as if breathing. She squeezed Rick's arm, soft reassurance. "And it is enough," she whispered. Rick let his gaze wander across the chamber. Fragments of worlds, of conversations, of fleeting lives rippled around them, responding to the quiet acknowledgement. And for the first time in a long time, Rick felt the weight of impossibility ease slightly, not gone, not conquered, but softened. By deliberate presence and quiet understanding, he turned to the survivor.
I don't need you to forgive me. I don't need anything. I just wanted you to know that I came deliberately, that I'm present, that I'm not running anymore. The survivor's presence pulsed in response, the lattice bending slightly.
Light folding softly over them. No words were necessary. The acknowledgement itself was enough. Rick exhaled, the sound soft, carrying centuries of exhaustion and relief. It's quiet, isn't it? The things that matter, not the explosions.
Not the plans, not the chaos, just
Quiet presence, observing, acknowledging, leaving gentle echoes. The survivor moved aside slightly, allowing them to step closer to a pool of half-formed light. Rick glanced down. Within it, faint reflections of other lives shimmered. Moments he had never known, choices he had never made, memories he had never experienced. And yet they responded to him gently, as if he belonged. He exhaled again. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. It's enough. Always has been. And maybe it's the only thing that ever really mattered. The survivor inclined, their head subtly, acknowledging the rhythm of understanding. Rick felt the lattice shift softly, fragments folding in gentle arcs around them, echoes of past conversations, fleeting laughter, distant sorrow, all acknowledging without judgment. She whispered to Rick, voice soft, almost like a lullaby. Even here, even in the impossible, your presence matters. Always has. Rick let the words settle into him. He closed his eyes briefly, letting the hum of the chamber fill him. The acknowledgement of the last survivor, the gentle responses of the lattice, and the soft warmth of her hand anchoring him in the rhythm of deliberate presence. You know, he murmured, eyes still closed. It's not about fixing anything, not about winning, not about understanding it all, just being here, deliberately, carefully, empathetically.
and leaving gentle echoes. The survivor pulsed softly again, the lattice folding around them. Rick opened his eyes. I think
We understand each other. Not completely, not perfectly, but enough. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The chamber's light deepened slightly, a soft glow that was neither bright nor overwhelming, but comforting, reflective.
and still. Rick took a deep breath, letting the weight of centuries, choices, and memories settle quietly around him. He turned to her, letting the faintest smile brush his lips.
Together, huh? Together, she whispered, and the survivor watched, acknowledging without words, letting the quiet weight of existence, acknowledgement, and presence ripple through the lattice like a gentle sigh. Rick exhaled slowly, leaning back slightly, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. They had met the last survivor, not with conflict, not with victory, not with chaos, just presence, observation, empathy, and the quiet echoes that would endure long after their steps had faded. The chamber hummed softly, shadows bent, light shimmered. Fragments of past lives, conversations, and memories pulsed gently, acknowledging the deliberate presence of those who walked quietly among them. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And somewhere in the lattice, the last survivor's acknowledgement lingered softly, a quiet resonance of understanding, patience, and gentle recognition. Rick exhaled again, letting the soft hum fill him. Not loud, not flashy, just Enough. She squeezed his arm. Always enough. And together they stayed, if only briefly, in the soft glow, letting the quiet heartbeat of acknowledgement, empathy and presence carry them gently forward into the next step of their journey. The light of the lattice had softened further, like the moment just before dawn, when everything seems possible and yet suspended between night and day. Rick and she moved slowly, deliberately, letting each step absorb the hum beneath them. The fragments of half-formed worlds shimmered quietly, folding in gentle arcs, as if acknowledging their passage. Rick exhaled softly, letting the quiet settle in his chest. "It's strange," he murmured. "All the chaos, all the running, all the noise. Eventually it softens. The impossible becomes gentle when you just exist carefully in it." She glanced at him, letting her fingers brush a fragment of water floating in mid-air. The ripples shimmered softly in response. Every step we took, every fragment we touched, every echo we left behind, it persists. Not loudly, not demanding attention, but quietly, like a memory folding into memory. Rick nodded, eyes tracing the shimmer of half-formed landscapes, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's the rhythm we've carried, and somehow that's always enough. They passed fragments of laughter suspended mid-air, conversations frozen mid-phrase, shadows of lives half-lived. Rick let his gaze linger on a tiny library, pages of books fluttering in an unseen wind. "You ever think about how little things matter most?" he asked softly. "The small gestures, the quiet words, the presence you offer when no one's watching. Those are the ripples that endure." She smiled faintly. "Even the impossible responds when met with gentle care. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's how echoes persist. That's how legacy unfolds quietly." Rick exhaled, letting the hum of the lattice fill the space around them. And the quietest echoes, the ones no one notices, are sometimes the strongest. They walked further, deeper into the soft light. Shadows bent gently, half-formed worlds pulsed faintly, and fragments of memory shimmered like stars. Every step they took seemed to weave them into the lattice itself, a rhythm of acknowledgement, care, and presence. Rick paused at a fragment of a familiar street. The rain fell endlessly, yet never touched the ground. Lamps flickered in half-formed homes, and the distant echo of a child's laughter floated gently. He breathed in the quiet moment. "It's strange," he murmured, "how presence matters more than any plan, any control, any force. Just being here, carefully, observantly, empathetically." She reached for his hand, linking their fingers gently. "And that's enough. It's always enough." The lattice responds not to force, but to attention, to care, to deliberate presence. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick smiled faintly, letting the calm wash over him. "Yeah, that's the rhythm we've been carrying all along. Not loud, not urgent, just enough. Always enough." The corridor opened into a vast field of starlight, fragments of half-formed worlds suspended in slow arcs. Oceans shimmered, forests bent gently, cities floated mid-collapse, yet all seemed at peace. The lattice pulsed softly in response to their presence, acknowledging them quietly, reflecting every deliberate step, every gentle acknowledgement. Rick exhaled slowly, letting the hum fill him. Every fragment, every pulse, every small gesture, it matters. Even when unseen,
Even when it drifts away, we leave echoes, quiet, deliberate ones, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. She looked up at him, her expression vague.
Gentle. And those echoes are enough to shape what comes after us. Not forcefully, not urgently, but subtly, quietly, like a ripple that bends water, folds light and shifts shadows without anyone noticing immediately. Rick nodded. Yeah, it's the quiet presence that lasts, the acknowledgement that lingers, the gentle care that persists. That's the only power we ever really have, and it's enough. They moved deeper into the field of starlight, fragments responding softly, pulsing gently, shimmering faintly. Shadows bent, half-formed worlds rippled in acknowledgement, and somewhere the lattice seemed to exhale with them. Rick paused at a pool of soft light. You ever think about all the fragments we won't see again? The echoes we won't remember clearly? The lives we touched unknowingly? She touched the water, letting ripples extend outward. They persist. Even when we forget. Even when the noise fades, presence leaves traces step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And that's enough. Rick exhaled, closing his eyes briefly. It's not about fixing everything. Not about conquering the impossible, just being present. Observing, acknowledging, leaving gentle echoes. The corridor shifted gently, bending around them. Half-formed fragments of life, laughter, love and loss, pulsed softly, responding to their deliberate rhythm. Rick glanced at her. We've walked carefully, observed carefully, carried presence carefully, and somehow it's enough. Always enough. She smiled faintly, letting her presence ripple softly through the lattice. Even here, even now in the impossible, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick exhaled, letting the soft light fold around him. Leave it all behind. Not as ghosts, not as conquerors, just as observers. Acknowledging, remembering, carrying quiet presence forward. The corridor began to narrow, fading into a warm glow that was neither bright nor distant. Rick glanced ahead. Looks like this is it. The edge of the lattice, the final step of this stretch of echoes. She reached for his hand, anchoring them in shared presence. Not an ending, just a soft transition. We carry the quiet echoes, the fragments we've acknowledged, and the gentle rhythm forward. Rick exhaled slowly, the hum of the lattice soft and steady in his chest. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Always enough, even
Here, even now, even after everything. They moved into the glow, the fragments of half-formed worlds shimmering gently behind them.
shadows softened, stars pulsed faintly, oceans rippled softly, and the echoes of laughter, memory, and gentle acknowledgement lingered quietly, carried by deliberate presence. Rick glanced back once more. Every step, every pulse, every fragment. We touched. It's staying, not perfectly, not loudly, but quietly. And that's enough. She nodded, squeezing his hand. Together, always. Rick exhaled again, softly, letting the calm of the lattice, the echoes of fragments, and the gentle rhythm of presence fill the space around them. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The light grew warmer, folding gently around them. Fragments shimmered faintly one last time, half-formed worlds breathing softly, echoes of memory and presence folding into the quiet. Rick smiled faintly, voice soft. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man, she echoed gently. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. And somewhere in the soft glow, among the fragments, echoes and light, their quiet presence lingered. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, the lattice had grown still. Not empty, not silent, but calm. A vast, breathing pause stretched across impossible corridors, half-formed worlds, and delicate echoes of everything that had ever existed within it. Rick and she moved slowly, deliberately, letting each step carry the weight of presence and acknowledgement without urgency. Rick exhaled, letting the hum settle in his chest. It's quiet now, he murmured. Not empty, just quieter. And I think that's the point. All the noise, all the
chaos, all the running, it eventually softens into quiet. She nodded, letting her fingers brush across a fragment of floating water.
Ripples shimmered gently, bending light across the half-formed sky. Every step we took, every fragment we touched, left echoes, gentle ones, quiet ones, ones that will linger even after we're gone. Rick smiled faintly, the corners of his eyes softening. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, that's all it ever was, and somehow it's more than enough. They paused before a corridor that seemed to fold endlessly into itself. Past fragments flickered softly. Laughter caught mid-breath, a hand reaching for another, distant memories of conversations long ago. Rick let his gaze linger for a moment. We can't keep them all, we can't fix everything, but we can notice, we can acknowledge, and that's how they persist. That's how we leave ripples. She reached for his arm, the gesture gentle, grounding. Presence matters more than anything else, and we carry it forward. In quiet moments, in small acts, in how we show up for those we love. Rick exhaled slowly. Yeah, it's not about controlling or winning, not about understanding everything, just being here, carefully, deliberately, empathetically, and letting the echoes follow. The corridor opened into a vast expanse, a star field suspended in impossible motion. Constellations glimmered slowly, oceans shimmered faintly, and the half-formed worlds hung in delicate arcs of light. The lattice responded gently to their presence, folding around them in soft acknowledgement. Rick let the calibrator pulse softly in rhythm with the shimmer. "See that?" he murmured. Every star, every fragment, every echo responds to acknowledgement. And even if it doesn't, even if it drifts away, we've left our mark. Quiet, subtle, but real. She smiled faintly. Then the impossible isn't so impossible. It bends when met with quiet care, when met with presence, when met with empathy. Rick exhaled, letting the hum of the lattice resonate softly in his chest. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, that's how we navigate it all. That's how we leave something behind without even trying. That's the real rhythm, the only one that matters. They moved forward, deeper into the starfield. Shadows bent gently, constructs pulsed, and light shimmered across half-formed landscapes. Every fragment responded subtly, a quiet acknowledgement of their deliberate, careful steps. Rick paused near a pool of floating starlight, letting it ripple softly with his touch. "You ever think about how small things matter most?" he asked, quietly. "The little gestures, the soft words, the presence you offer when no one's watching, those are the ripples that endure," she nodded, "and those are the ones that shape worlds, even if no one notices, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." Rick exhaled, feeling the soft weight of the lattice ease slightly around them. Yeah, that's the truth. Quiet presence is stronger than any force, any plan, any chaos we can unleash. Always has been. The corridor widened again, fading gently into warm light. Not blinding, not distant, just soft and welcoming. Rick glanced at her. Looks like this is it. The end of the lattice. The end of this stretch of echoes. She reached for his hand, anchoring them in shared presence. Not the end, just a transition. We carry what we've learned, what we've noticed, what we've acknowledged, and that's enough. Rick exhaled, a rare calm settling into his shoulders. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, always enough, even here, even now, even after everything. They walked slowly into the light, the fragments of half-formed worlds shimmering gently behind them. Shadows softened, stars pulsed faintly, oceans rippled with impossible calm, and the echoes of laughter, sorrow, and fleeting conversations lingered softly, carried by deliberate acknowledgement rather than urgency. Rick glanced back one last time.
Did we leave it all behind? Not as ghosts, not as conquerors, just observers, acknowledging, remembering, carrying quiet presence forward. She nodded. And that's the legacy we leave, quiet ripples that persist, gentle echoes that
Shape what comes after us in ways we may never see. Rick exhaled once more, letting the calm fill him. It's not about making everything perfect, not about fixing all the chaos, just being present and noticing and caring. That's enough, always enough. They stepped fully into the warm light. The lattice, the fragments, the impossible, worlds, all softened into gentle acknowledgement, folding into quiet resonance. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick turned to her, a faint smile lingering. Thanks for being here, for noticing, for carrying presence with me. She returned the smile. Always. And thank you for reminding me. Exhaled softly, letting the calm of the lattice, the echoes of past fragments, and the quiet acknowledgement of presence fill the space around them. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The light grew warmer, folding gently around them. Fragments shimmered faintly one last time, half-formed worlds breathing softly, echoes of laughter and memory folding into the quiet. And Rick felt it. The gentle pull of legacy, not loud, not urgent, but enduring. He let the words slip out quietly, almost a whisper. Even in the impossible, in the fragments, in the echoes, it's enough. Always enough, she squeezed, his hand grounding them in shared rhythm. Together, always. Rick exhaled one final time. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The lattice dissolved into warmth, the fragments folding gently into soft resonance. And somewhere, among the echoes, the memories, the laughter, the faint pulses of worlds half-formed, they lingered, not conquering, not fading, just present, quietly, deliberately, empathetically. Rick smiled faintly, eyes soft. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man, she echoed softly. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay.
man. And somewhere, among the stars and fragments, in the quiet heart of impossible space, the ripples remained. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, the lattice had quieted almost completely now, as if it had grown tired of
its own vastness. The hum beneath them softened, almost like a heartbeat, slowing into sleep. Rick and she walked slowly, deliberately, their steps echoing softly against the infinite corridors of light and shadow. Rick exhaled, letting the quiet settle in his chest. "It's strange," he murmured, "how vast it all was. And now it feels like we're walking through whispers. Not echoes of worlds, not fragments of life. Just soft traces, fading gently into nothing, but somehow still present." She reached out, letting her fingers trace the outline of a floating fragment. It shimmered softly, bending light around it in faint arcs. "Presence matters more than anything," she said. "Even here, even in the remnants. The quiet care, the deliberate attention, it leaves traces that linger, subtle but enduring." Nodded. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, that's the rhythm we've carried, always has been, always will be. Even here. The corridor opened into a soft expanse of stars and half-formed worlds, suspended like droplets of memory. Oceans shimmered faintly, trees bent as if breathing, fragments of cities floated impossibly, yet all seemed calm, at peace. Rick paused near a pool of glowing water, letting the ripples respond gently to his touch. Or you ever think about the lives we didn't touch, the fragments we won't see again, the echoes that slip through unnoticed? She watched the shimmer, letting it ripple softly. They persist anyway. Even when we forget, even when the noise fades. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. And that's enough, Rick exhaled, closing his eyes briefly. It's not about fixing everything, not about conquering or understanding it all, just being present, observing, acknowledging, leaving gentle echoes that ripple quietly without anyone noticing immediately. They walked further, letting fragments respond softly to their presence. Shadows bent gently. Half-formed worlds shimmered faintly. The hum of the lattice pulsed like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, patient. Rick glanced at her. "You know, the quietest ripples are often the strongest. The ones that endure longest. The ones we leave when no one's looking." She smiled faintly. "And those are the ones that shape what comes next. Slowly, deliberately, gently, like water bending.
A stone or light folding over a shadow.
Quiet presence matters most. They move deeper into the expanse of stars. Fragments of life, laughter, love, sorrow, small moments, pulsed gently in acknowledgement. Rick felt the lattice respond subtly, bending and folding around them, echoing their careful rhythm. He paused near a fragment of a familiar street, rain suspended mid-fall. Lamps flickered softly, and distant echoes of a child's laughter lingered. "Even here," he murmured, "even in the impossible, the quiet presence carries, it shapes, it lingers, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." She squeezed his arm, grounding him in shared rhythm. "And that's enough, always enough, not forcefully, not urgently, just quietly." Rick nodded, letting the calm wash over him. "Yeah, it's the rhythm we've carried all along, not
Loud, not dramatic, not flashy, just enough. Always enough." The corridor opened into a soft horizon where half-formed worlds faded gently into warm light.
Shadows softened, stars pulsed faintly, oceans rippled with quiet patience, and fragments of memory shimmered like distant fireflies. Rick exhaled, letting the presence of it all settle around him. Everything we've done, every step we've
Taken, it's all here, not as ghosts, not as conquerors, not as echoes that scream, just present, observing, acknowledging, quietly persisting. She looked at him, eyes soft. And that's the legacy we leave.
The gentle ripples, the quiet echoes, the presence that endures even when we step away. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick smiled faintly. It's not about controlling, not about winning, not about understanding.
Every fragment, just being here, carefully, deliberately, empathetically, and letting the echoes follow.
The corridor narrowed further, fading into a soft glow. Rick glanced ahead. Looks like the end of this stretch, the edge of the lattice, the final drift of fragments. She reached for his hand, linking their fingers gently. Not an ending, just a gentle transition. We carry the quiet echoes, the fragments we've acknowledged, the gentle rhythm forward, always forward. Rick exhaled, letting the hum fill him one last time. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence.
Always enough.
Even here, even now, even after everything, they moved fully into the warm glow. The fragments of half-formed worlds shimmered faintly behind them. Shadows softened, stars pulsed gently, oceans rippled softly, and the echoes of laughter, memory, and presence lingered quietly, carried by deliberate acknowledgement. Rick glanced back once more. Every step, every pulse, every fragment we touched.
It's staying. Not perfectly, not loudly, but quietly. And that's enough. She nodded, squeezing his hand. Together, always. Rick exhaled again, softly, letting the calm of the lattice, the echoes of fragments, and the quiet rhythm of presence fill the space around them.
Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The light grew warmer, folding gently around them. Fragments shimmered faintly one last time. Half-formed worlds breathed softly. Echoes of memory and presence folded into the quiet. Rick smiled faintly, eyes soft. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. She echoed softly. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. And somewhere, among the soft glow, fragments and echoes, their quiet presence lingered, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The light stretched across the lattice like a soft sigh, folding around them in quiet arcs. Rick and she moved slowly, deliberately, letting each step carry the weight of presence without urgency. The fragments of half-formed worlds shimmered gently, responding in faint pulses as if breathing alongside them. Rick exhaled, letting the calm settle in his chest. It's strange, he murmured. All that chaos, all those moments, all those echoes, they're still here. But not loud, not pressing, just soft. Like a memory you can almost touch. She reached out to a fragment of floating water, letting ripples extend outward gently. Presence matters more than anything else, she said softly. Even here, in the remnants, the smallest care, the quietest attention, leaves a trace. A gentle one. Enough to persist, Rick nodded. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's the rhythm we've been carrying. Always has been, always will be, even here. They walked deeper into the lattice, fragments of distant cities and floating oceans shifting softly around them. Half-formed worlds shimmered faintly, suspended like droplets of thought, as though everything they had touched was quietly folding around their passage. Rick paused near a fragment of a familiar street, where rain fell but never touched the ground. Lamps flickered softly, and distant laughter lingered, suspended mid-air. "Even here," he murmured, "the quiet presence matters. It shapes. It lingers. Step by step. Pulse by pulse. Presence by presence." She squeezed his arm, grounding him in shared rhythm. "And that's enough. Always enough. Not forcefully, not urgently, just quietly." Rick exhaled, letting the calm wash over him. "Yeah, that's the rhythm we've been carrying all along. Not loud, not dramatic, not flashy, just enough. Always enough. Always." The corridor opened into a soft horizon of stars and fragments of worlds. Oceans shimmered gently, forests bent as though breathing, and fragments of cities floated impossibly, yet peacefully. The lattice pulsed softly in response to their presence, acknowledging each deliberate step, each gentle moment of observation. Rick let his gaze linger on the fragments. Everything we've done, every step we've taken, every pulse we've left behind, it's all here, not as ghosts, not as conquerors, not as echoes that scream, just present, observing, acknowledging, quietly persisting. She looked at him, eyes soft. "And that's the legacy we leave. Gentle ripples, quiet echoes, presence that endures even when we step away. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." Rick smiled faintly. "It's not about controlling,
Not about winning, not about understanding everything, just
being here, carefully, deliberately, empathetically, and letting the echoes follow." The corridor narrowed further, fading into warm light that was neither bright nor distant. Rick glanced ahead. "Looks like the end of this stretch, the edge of the lattice, the final drift of fragments." She reached for his hand, linking their fingers gently. "Not an ending, just a gentle transition. We carry the quiet echoes, the fragments we've acknowledged, the gentle rhythm forward. Always forward." Rick exhaled, letting the lattice hum settle softly. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, always enough, even here, even now, even after everything. They moved fully into the warm glow. The fragments of half-formed worlds shimmered faintly behind them. Shadows softened, stars pulsed gently. Oceans rippled softly, and the echoes of laughter, memory, and gentle acknowledgement lingered quietly, carried by deliberate presence. Rick glanced back one last time. Every step, every pulse, every fragment we touched, it's staying, not perfectly, not loudly, but quietly. "And that's enough," she nodded, squeezing his hand. "Together. Always." Rick exhaled again, softly, letting the calm of the lattice, the echoes of fragments, and the quiet rhythm of presence fill the space around them. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The light grew warmer, folding gently around them. Fragments shimmered faintly one last time. Half-formed worlds breathed softly. Echoes of memory and presence folded into quiet resonance. Rick smiled faintly, voice soft. "Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well." "Everything's going to be okay, man," she echoed gently. "Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man." And somewhere among the soft glow, fragments and echoes, their quiet presence lingered, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick exhaled slowly, letting the warmth of acknowledgement and presence settle around him like a blanket. Every fragment, every memory, every whisper of a world persists because of care, even when unseen, even when forgotten. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. She smiled faintly, and in that persistence, in that gentle ripple, we leave the quietest, strongest traces. Always enough. Always enduring. Always soft. Rick's gaze drifted over the soft horizon of starlight and floating fragments. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. They stayed there for a long moment, letting the gentle glow of the lattice fold around them. Shadows softened, light shimmered, fragments pulsed in subtle harmony. Time seemed suspended, endless yet comforting. Rick exhaled, finally letting his body relax fully. "Thanks for being here. Thanks for walking these steps with me. Thanks for noticing." She squeezed his hand one last time. "And thank you for reminding me how presence carries us, always. Quietly, gently. And somewhere, in the lattice, in the fragments, in the soft ripple of existence, their presence lingered. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Quietly, softly, gently, Rick exhaled one last time. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The lattice exhaled in response, fragments shimmered faintly one last time, and the soft horizon of impossible worlds folded gently into quiet resonance. And somewhere, among stars, echoes, and half-formed memories, they remained, observers, carriers of gentle ripples, anchors of presence in the impossible. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick smiled faintly, voice soft. "Thanks for spending this time with us." "Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man," she echoed softly. "Thanks for being here." "Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man." And in the gentle quiet, in the soft horizon of endless echoes, they drifted. Quietly, gently, deliberately. The lattice had grown almost entirely silent, humming now only as a faint, steady heartbeat beneath them. Rick and she moved slowly, deliberately, their steps absorbing the calm around them, letting it fill the gaps left by countless echoes, fragments, and half-formed worlds. Rick exhaled, letting the warmth of the moment settle in his chest. "It's soft here," he murmured. "Not quiet like nothing exists, but quiet like everything is finally letting itself be. Like the universe is breathing, slowly, patiently, and we're part of that breath." She nodded, letting her hand drift through a pool of floating light. Ripples extended outward, soft, almost imperceptible, bending fragments of half-formed worlds into gentle curves. Presence matters more than anything. And even here, even in the edges of all that ever was, we leave something behind. A trace.
A soft ripple, enough to persist. Rick smiled faintly, eyes tracing the shimmer of distant stars. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. That's all we ever needed. That's all anyone ever needed. They walked deeper into the expanse of starlight.
Fragments of oceans floated impossibly. Forests bent as though breathing. Cities shimmered in half-light. The lattice pulsed softly in acknowledgement, folding subtly around them, echoing the rhythm they had carried across countless worlds, countless echoes. Rick paused near a fragment of a street, rain suspended mid-fall, lamps flickering faintly. A faint echo of laughter hung there, soft and incomplete, but familiar. "Even here," he murmured, "the quietest presence persists. It shapes, it bends, it lingers, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." She reached for his hand, linking their fingers gently. "And that's always enough. Not loudly, not urgently, just quietly. And that quiet is the strongest thing of all." Rick exhaled slowly. "Yeah, quiet presence. The thing we carried all along, not dramatic, not explosive, just enough, always enough. They walked further, letting the fragments respond gently. Shadows bent softly, oceans rippled, forests shifted imperceptibly. Each fragment seemed aware of their steps, folding, shimmering, breathing alongside them. The lattice felt alive, but not demanding. It was patient, gentle, a world finally at rest. Rick glanced at her. Even the smallest ripples matter, even those we think go unnoticed, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. She smiled faintly. And those are the ones that shape what comes next. Slowly, gently, deliberately. Even when we drift away, the traces remain. Enough, always enough. They moved into the softest part of the lattice, where stars stretched endlessly, and half-formed worlds floated like faint dreams. Oceans shimmered gently, cities folded quietly, forests bent in rhythmic, slow breathing. The fragments of memory, of laughter, of love, of small moments pulsed faintly with acknowledgement. Rick exhaled, letting the hum of the lattice fill his chest like a soft lullaby. Everything we've touched, every step we've taken, every pulse we've left, it's all here. Not as ghosts, not as conquerors, just present, observing,
acknowledging, quietly persisting. She squeezed his hand, grounding him. And that's the legacy we leave. Gentle ripples, quiet echoes, presence that endures. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick smiled faintly.
Not about control, not about winning, not about understanding everything, just being here. Carefully, deliberately, empathetically, and letting the echoes follow. The corridor narrowed, fading into a warm glow. Rick glanced ahead. Looks like the edge, the final drift of fragments. She squeezed his hand one last time. Not an ending, just a soft transition. We carry the quiet echoes forward, always forward. Rick exhaled, letting the lattice hum settle around them. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, always enough, even here, even now, even after everything. They moved fully into the warm glow. Fragments shimmered faintly behind them. Shadows softened, stars pulsed gently, oceans rippled softly, and the echoes of laughter, memory, and acknowledgement lingered quietly, carried by deliberate presence. Rick glanced back once more. Every step, every pulse, every fragment we touched, it's staying, not perfectly, not loudly, but quietly. And that's enough, she nodded, squeezing his hand. Together, always. Rick exhaled again, letting the calm of the lattice, the echoes of fragments, and the rhythm of presence settle fully. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The light grew warmer, folding around them gently. Fragments shimmered one last time. Half-formed worlds breathed softly. Echoes of memory, laughter, and gentle presence folded into quiet resonance. Rick smiled faintly, voice soft. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. She echoed softly. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. And somewhere, among stars, echoes, and half-formed worlds, their quiet presence lingered. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick exhaled slowly, letting the warmth of acknowledgement, care, and presence settle like a blanket. Even the smallest gestures, the softest attention, they ripple farther than we know. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. She smiled faintly. And in those ripples, in that gentle persistence, we leave the quietest, strongest traces.
Always enough, always enduring, always soft. Rick's gaze drifted over the horizon of soft starlight and floating fragments. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. They lingered in that quiet horizon, letting the soft
glow fold around them. Shadows softened, light shimmered, fragments pulsed gently. Time itself seemed suspended, endless and comforting. Rick exhaled fully, letting his body relax completely. Thanks for being here. Thanks for walking these steps with me. Thanks for noticing. She squeezed his hand softly, deliberately. And thank you for reminding me that presence carries us. Always, quietly, gently. And somewhere, in the lattice, in the fragments, in the soft ripple of existence, they remained. Observers, carriers of gentle echoes, anchors of presence in the impossible, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick exhaled one final time, yet step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The lattice exhaled with them, fragments shimmered faintly one last time, and the soft horizon of half-formed worlds folded gently into quiet resonance. Somewhere, among stars, echoes, and soft fragments of memory, they drifted, quietly, gently, deliberately, observing, acknowledging, leaving soft ripples behind. Rick smiled faintly, voice soft.
Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. She echoed gently. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. And somewhere, beyond the fragments, beyond the lattice, beyond the echoes, they stretched into the stars.
Quietly, softly, infinitely. The lattice had softened completely now, its gentle hum fading to a near whisper. Rick and she walked slowly, deliberately, letting each step carry them through the expanse of half-formed worlds and suspended fragments. The light bent gently around them, folding softly as though the universe itself was exhaling in quiet acknowledgement. Rick exhaled, letting the calm settle into his chest. "It's strange," he murmured, "how everything we've seen, everything we've touched, feels at rest now. Not silent like absence, but quiet like a deep, endless breath. And somehow, we're part of that breath." She reached out to a pool of floating light. Ripples extended outward, subtle, almost imperceptible, bending half-formed fragments of the lattice into gentle arcs. "Presence is all that matters," she said softly. "Even here, even at the edges of the impossible, every small care, every quiet attention leaves traces, enough to endure." Rick nodded faintly. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, that's all we've carried. That's all anyone ever needs to carry." They moved deeper. Into the lattice, fragments of half-formed cities, oceans and forests shimmering softly around them. Each fragment seemed to bend gently, responding to their careful rhythm. Even the shadows, softened and patient, seemed to exhale with them. Rick paused near a fragment of a familiar street where suspended rain fell endlessly. Lamps flickered softly, and echoes of laughter lingered faintly in the air. "Even here," he murmured. "The smallest, quietest presence persists. It shapes, it lingers, step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence." She gently took his hand, grounding them both. "And that's always enough. Not loudly, not urgently, just
quietly. And in that quiet, everything endures." Rick exhaled fully, letting the warmth of presence wash over him. Yeah, quiet persistence. The rhythm we've carried all along. Not dramatic, not explosive, just enough, always enough. They moved.
Further, letting fragments respond softly. Shadows bent, oceans rippled gently, forests breathed in quiet rhythm. Every fragment seemed to recognize their deliberate passage, folding itself softly around their awareness. Rick glanced at her. Even the smallest ripple matters. Even the ones we think go unseen. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by
Presence. She smiled faintly. And those are the ripples that shape what comes next. Slowly, gently, deliberately. Even when we drift away, traces remain. Enough. Always enough. The corridor opened into a soft horizon, stars stretching.
endlessly in all directions, fragments of half-formed worlds suspended like dream mist. Oceans shimmered gently, forests bent in rhythm, and faint echoes of laughter and conversation pulsed softly. Rick exhaled, letting the soft hum of the lattice fill him like a lullaby. Everything we've done, every step we've taken, every pulse we've left, it's all here. Not as ghosts, not as echoes that shout, just present. Observing, acknowledging, quietly persisting. She squeezed his hand, anchoring them. And that's the legacy we leave. Gentle ripples. Quiet echoes, presence that endures, step by step, pulse by pulse.
Presence by presence. Rick smiled faintly. It's about control, not about understanding everything, just being here, carefully, deliberately, empathetically, and letting the echoes follow. The corridor narrowed, fading into warm, soft
light. Rick glanced ahead. Looks like the final drift, the edge of the lattice, the soft horizon beyond which the fragments fold themselves completely. She squeezed his hand again. Not an ending, just a gentle continuation. We carry the quiet echoes forward, always forward. Rick exhaled, letting the hum settle fully around them. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence, always enough, even here, even now, even after everything. They moved fully into the warm glow. Fragments shimmered faintly behind them, shadows softened, stars pulsed gently, oceans rippled quietly. Echoes of laughter, memory, and small gestures lingered, carried softly by deliberate presence. Rick glanced back one last time. Every step, every pulse, every fragment we touched, it's staying. Not perfectly, not loudly, but quietly. And that's enough, she nodded, squeezing his hand. Together, always. Rick exhaled again, softly, letting the calm of the lattice, the echoes of fragments, and the gentle rhythm of presence settle completely. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The light grew warmer, folding around them like a soft blanket. Fragments shimmered faintly one last time. Half-formed worlds breathed gently. Echoes of memory, care, and presence folded into quiet resonance. Rick smiled faintly, voice soft. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. She echoed softly. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. Somewhere, among stars, echoes, and half-formed worlds, their quiet presence lingered. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick exhaled, letting the warmth of acknowledgement, care, and gentle attention settle like a soft blanket. Even the smallest gestures, the softest moments carry farther than we imagine. Step by step, pulse by pulse. Presence by presence, she smiled faintly. And in those ripples, in that persistence, we leave the quietest, strongest traces. Always enough, always enduring, always soft. Rick's gaze drifted over the soft horizon of starlight and floating fragments. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. They lingered, letting the soft glow fold gently around them. Shadows softened, light shimmered, fragments pulsed with delicate rhythm. Time felt suspended, endless yet comforting. Rick exhaled fully, letting his body relax completely.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for walking these steps with me. Thanks for noticing. She squeezed his hand one final time. And thank you for reminding me that presence carries us. Always. Quietly. Gently. And somewhere in the lattice,
In the fragments, in the soft ripple of existence, they remained. Observers, carriers of gentle echoes, anchors of calm presence in the impossible. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. Rick exhaled one last time. Step by step, pulse by pulse, presence by presence. The lattice exhaled with them. Fragments shimmered faintly one last time, and the horizon of half-formed worlds folded gently into quiet resonance. Somewhere, among stars, echoes, and soft fragments of memory, they drifted, quietly, gently, deliberately, observing, acknowledging, leaving soft ripples behind. Rick smiled faintly, voice soft.
thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well? Everything's going to be okay, man. She echoed gently. Thanks for being here. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. And somewhere, beyond fragments, beyond echoes, beyond
The soft lattice, they stretched into the stars, slowly, quietly, infinitely.